Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome. That we are. We are definitely high on politics. If you couldn't hear me before. Oh, boy. Welcome to the show, everybody, on this wonderful Wednesday where Pep Talks was late to his own show. It's weird to refer to myself in the third person, like with the full name of the show. Just going to say, what up, Charlie? How you doing? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, little Marco. Don't worry. I send you out. You're gonna do everything that I want you to do. Dude, I'm halfway convinced that like Trump has no idea what's going on in his cabinet in the slightest, and they're sitting here talking about Biden's auto pen, while Trump is just like, I had no idea that Doge didn't save us any money. What's going on? It's almost like I didn't know. What, like, you can't blame me when I didn't know. It's like, okay. I love how that's a thing there. But anyway, how you doing, Charlie? Welcome to the show, man. Dude, I'm kind of pissed that I was late to my own gig. Because, yeah, I'm going to be completely real with you. I totally just lost track of time. So, and it was one of those situations where I got to watch the end of Majority Report. I'm not sure if you saw me in chat pop up like around like 1. So I was very, very late. But you know what? Still had fun. Got to say hello to everybody, and yeah. They had to give Fred Trump a fake office and fake job toward the end because of Alzheimer's. Oh, really? Like father, like son. You know? Yeah. Hey. Can only hope, right? As a non-believer in karma, and I know that might be shocking to some, because yeah, I've wrestled with this one a lot, you know, especially with meditating. It is rough where you're just like, yeah, I don't think there's any justice in the universe. I really don't. Oh shit, I'm not on politics. What is going on with Twitch lately, dude? Okay, so when you set up things through OBS, right? It gives you the option to list your channel. I've been like changing it every single time to politics. I look over just chat. Maybe that's Twitch trying to tell me something, because I do know that there's like a ad revenue situation there where they're just like, yeah, if you're talking about politics, we don't want to give you any ad rev. It's like, oh, okay. Not fair. But Charlie, were you in Majority Report today? Like, were you watching it? Because I pulled up a few clips that I wanted to watch because I was not able to. And it was kind of funny because I had this situation where when I was going through the clips, I didn't realize that Sam did like a cold start, and I was just like, ooh. I kind of forgot that I was watching Majority Report because they were talking about the hurricane season stuff, so listening on my drive after that, gotta go. Oh man, I know. Kirk, hey buddy, I'm glad that you're here. Also, I'm not sure if you were here for the show. I think on Friday, I was able to close out and just do like a little radio hour and play some of your music. That felt good. Felt like old times. Also, you know what? I just want to take care of this real quick. I have I missed most of it. Niece and nephew were here today. Ah, cool. Hey, Gotta love Uncle Time. Uncle Time's the best. I love being an unk. No, I was just about to say though, I've been feeling a lot more like myself lately, and I just want to say, thank you to all you guys for helping with that. So, much appreciation, because for real, it's been like just starting. Hey, what a good time to start on a Monday and just be like, wow, I feel good. I feel good. So, and now we're coming into Wednesday, and that has not gone away. So I feel pretty good. So, wish I was there Friday. Oh, dude, yeah, Friday was a great show. I gotta say. And yesterday, I have to also say, I had a nice little rant there. Not the best show. I hate to be judgmental on myself, but I was trying to cut some clips, and I'm like, not my best work. But at least I feel good. It is called Pep Talks after all. It is. It is. Well, my channel's called Pep Talks. The show's called High on Politics because I did this weird thing where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do this this fine show, but yeah, I'll be honest, man, I was toying with just calling the show Pep Talks, but I don't know, man. I like the High on Politics thing. It's fun. I enjoy what I do, believe it or not. Which, by the way, guys, because I feel like myself, I have been able to go through a little bit of the just like normal news situation here, and yeah, it looks like Trump is finally kind of coming to terms with the fact that I don't think Pooty, I need you to do me a favor, buddy. He's not getting his favor, so listen, you're not going to get much from I need to work on this. Wait, you think you're going to get much from me? You're very cute. Listen, adorable orange skin aside, you look like Oompa Loompa. I do not take very seriously. You tend to be idiot. Last night was a decent show. I always love your outbursts. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, it did come from a real place though, because I'm not sure if it's like because of the comedy scene or the normie crowd that I hang with. I hate saying that shit, but they are literally the definition of apolitical. Half of them don't even vote, which is unfortunate. You can't change everybody's mind, and I've had somebody also come into my chat and be like, you shouldn't hang out like with people like that. I was just like, what is wrong with... And then I got out of the show that day, and I did have a thought where I'm like, dude, wait, are they part of that the loneliness epidemic that is caused by themselves? Because I have seen way too much of that. Because for everybody saying that it's so hard to make friends right now, they are also so quick to push people away for just the slightest inconvenience. And they do it where they're like, this person's toxic, you need to get rid of them, and the toxicity is just them calling. Like, I saw something like that set me off, where it was supposed to be like a funny meme about how when you get a phone call, like when somebody calls you, you get like rageful and you're just like, ah! Or you hide. And then I couldn't help it, where I was just like, and you wonder why you're so fucking lonely? You can't interact. What the hell? Like, maybe it's because I am, the 80s or 90s kid that I am, and I grew up with a freaking corded phone, but, dude, it's insane. And I really do, the Pep Talks hypothesis is that it's all self-cost. Because they don't know how to interact with each other, and that's part of it. They never learned how to talk on the phone. And, I think that there's, an anxiety thing there, too. There has to be. It can't just be you couldn't just text me. It's like, oh, you mean that impersonal thing where we can totally misperceive the inflection of a conversation, and then you get mad at me for not perceiving it correctly? You mean the dumbest thing ever? Especially, no, why couldn't we just talk about this? It's like, holy shit. You know what? I'm realizing that really does bug me more than I thought. What do you guys think about this? Because, I feel like I sound like the old man in the room, which... Old man Pep. Putin is big man who rides horse. Trump is Oompa Loompa dancing in chocolate factory. Meanwhile, we have pee-pee tape on him. I don't know where the last part of that came in. It is just what it is. As an introvert who tries to avoid people as much as possible, it isn't hard to make friends if you actually give it a try. If you avoid, if people avoid you on purpose, then get therapy maybe. Hey, by the way, what up, Bloodstone? How you doing? No, good take. Because I'm one of those rare cases where I am Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with the way that I am introvert, extrovert. I can make friends pretty much anywhere I go. It's one of the gifts, if you will, that I have always had because, yeah, I have the gift for gab. I also just, I don't know, sometimes I endear myself onto people, and sometimes I annoy the piss out of people where they're just like, oh, fuck this guy. Like, hey, you know what? That's why I've always kind of had that love me, hate me, and also like the acceptance part of it where it's just like, oh, they don't like me? All right. Because like I have a little, like, if you like me, I'm a people pleaser, but if you hate me, then I'm just like, I'm not really trying that hard. I will genuinely ask, like, what is it? Like, what is it? What do you not like? Is it something I can work on, or is it something that's just like baked into me? I had one guy, my favorite one ever was just, I just don't like your face. I was like, that? All right. You know what? I appreciate that. It was the level of honesty, and he was just like, I just do not like your face. So it's true. You turned me into a dirty lamp. I kind of did. I was just talking to Rectangles. Shout out Rectangles. Hope she can join us soon. I know that she's been going through some new trials, like a new drug trial, and I hope that's going well. But when I met her at Comic-Con, it was like we were talking about how we became instant friends, and I was just, yeah. And then that same con, it was the fact that they set up this really cool beer garden where they had inflatable couches, and it was really just, it was a great place to socialize. And I went to Comic-Con by myself. One of the best years I've ever had, gotta be real. Because when you go with big groups, you're always kind of tied down. Like, just going by yourself, like, at least, if you're going to a Comic-Con, try and allow yourself at least one day, like, where you can go by yourself, if it's local. But yeah, I had such a good time just meeting people, and then it was one of those situations where I became, like, lifelong friends with a few people from there. I also became, we all have this one person that you met like 10 years ago at like one event, and you're still Facebook friends, so you've like seen them get married, have kids and all this shit, but you've never actually met them ever again, but they're still like super cool with you, and like you let, I have that occasionally where it's just like, what's up, man? He'll like shout me out like once a year. I kind of like it. But yeah, man, what I was just about to say is the other side of me is sometimes I like to just not go anywhere. I love just not going anywhere and just like to stay home. You can come visit me. That's totally fine. But if you want to go somewhere, I'm totally fine just being by myself. I'll figure something out. So I'm not sure if you guys, well, if you're an introvert, I'm sure you understand that. But now here's the big thing. Because I have a little mix of both, I truly do not understand if like extroverts do not understand introverts and vice versa. Because again, because I'm mixed this way, I've been able to also like kind of turn people that way. Like some of my most extroverted friends, I have finally gotten to just be like, don't you just like to just chill and not go somewhere all the time and spend money, you know? And then they're like, well, yeah, well, okay. It was me and circumstance, because once they don't have the money to spend and go out all the time, that kind of tends to wrap it up a little bit. Oh, I miss Carlitos. I need someone to make me feel insignificant using reality checking. Oh, I'll be honest, man. I let you guys go with that one. I didn't really read the chat, so I don't know what he was really saying to you, man. Which is not my favorite thing to admit, that I wasn't exactly moderating my own chat as well as I should have. But it also seemed like you guys were being respectful, so which is why third places are so important. We're losing the yeah, yeah. And we are losing them and are costing money to do anything. Yeah, well, you could argue that my third place did cost me money to go to. It wouldn't have. There were plenty of days where I didn't have to buy anything. But it's also one of those situations where I want to support them. It just sucks. God, I still can't, like, September is coming soon, and it's gonna suck when it does. Because I simultaneously have, oh, dude, get this shit. So I bought some tickets to a festival without knowing who the lineup was. One of the ballsiest moves I have made recently, because I was like, they had a pre-sale that was like 50% of what the ticket price would be if you knew what the lineup was. And I was just like, yeah, save money. It could have gone either way too, because I was like, all right, this is the third year that they're doing something like this. This could be, like, really shitty or awesome. Well, it's gonna be fucking awesome. So, here. Kirk, you're gonna appreciate this, bro. So, in September, I get to see, what is going on here? Yeah, my phone just froze. This sucks. I'm gonna have to get a new phone. Pause. I've been putting this off for way too long. You know what? Here. I can just look over here. I gotta get the lineup. I don't want to screw it up, but the two main ones, I was just like, holy shit. All right. So, Damian Marley is headlining. This is a 2-day thing. So, he's headlining day 1. And then I get to see De La Soul, which is so excited about that. And then Humphreys McGee, dude, is doing 2 sets where they're doing their set and then they're doing a Grateful Dead set. And then we also get to see oh, hell yeah. We get the Papa G. He's gonna be there. He's a reggae DJ. He's freaking sweet. But yeah, man. Had that situation where I was just like, ooh, I hope it was gonna be good. And that when I saw it was Humphreys, I was just like, yes. I haven't seen them. God, it has to be close to 10 years, like maybe even more. Because when was the last time that they played with David Matthews? Which Dave Matthews is one of those guys that I like used to love, but I've totally fallen. I don't know, like he's okay, but oh man, it's just a lot. It's all the songs, everything sounds the same, and he's just telling a little story in a boy's dream. Hi, politicians. I'm not a politician. Not yet. I am looking into doing at least like a city council position because I looked into it based on somebody calling into the Majority Report talking about how they got invited into doing like just a executive position in their city council, and it was just based on the fact that they were young and they were like, we want to retire. So that was enlightening. High politics. Oh God. It's kind of weird that you're popping in here and kind of striking a match on something that I had already was kind of toying with, where I'm like, oh, maybe I should just change it to pep talks. But I like my high on politics. You blind box gambled some concert ticks? I did. Gotta go. Love you all. Hope everyone has a great day. Kirk, take care, brother. I hope you, yeah, definitely stay in touch with everything. So, all right. But yes, Miss Alice, you summed that up quite perfectly, and I didn't think of it that way until you did. Yeah. I literally blind box gambled concert ticks just because I was like, oh, you know, half price is half price, and I had fun last year. Yeah, you know what? But that also plays into what I was about to say at the beginning is I'm simultaneously going to have like a great September and an awful September. So wake me up when September ends. That song rules. I don't care. Love me some Green Day. Okay. Sorry, I just got an update on something. Here, we can just look into this real quick. Trump calls for bipartisan congressional action to eliminate the debt limit. The problem is there actual interest in doing that? Sorry. Every once in a while, my newsfeed will update, and I'll just be like, ooh. It won't even be breaking news. It'll just be something that's as innocuous as what I just read. We'll go into it. I kind of wanted to just chill for a minute. Also, I do want to smoke with y'all. I'm so used to starting at the top of the hour where I was about to say, like, we were getting close to 20 minutes. It's 23 minutes, so I would have already fucked up, but... Today, I first met the two-spirit sexuality, and it spoke to me. Nice. Nice. Dude. Awesome. Did I mention that the movie Monkey Man, and I know it sounds weird, but it's kind of John Wicky, where it's about a Thai boxer who goes on like a just spree because he's like just conditioned for punishment apparently. But man, it was a really good movie, and it deals heavily with the two-spirit sexuality, and I was like, oh wow, like wasn't expecting it, and it was also like the way they utilized it in the movie. I was just like, holy shit! It really made the movie awesome, like way more awesome than it already was. Which, hey, gotta say, the action scenes were pretty good. If you like Ong Bak, you'll really like it. Hi, having a lunch break. Nice. What you having? I'm actually genuinely curious because, yeah, I'm gonna have some hummus in a little bit because I got some really good hummus from this place called Pita Kebabs. Or no, I'm sorry, they changed the name. It's just Kebabs. My bad. Trump lost his lunchbox again. No, it was my favorite lunchbox. It had Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. They're the greatest when there's danger. God damn, I'm in a weird mood today. Chip and Dale. I mean, Chip and Dale. I got confused. Somebody was saying that me and my buddies we were going to Chip and Dale's, and then I was like, wait a minute. I don't want to go to a gay strip club. I'm not really interested. And then they were like, no, we're going to be Chip and Dale, and it turned out to be some really cool chipmunks. It turns out that Trump was the one that funded their reboot. Which, guys, if you haven't seen that movie, it's actually pretty good. I found a way to stretch out a chicken curd. Ooh. By mixing it with a simple ground chicken, frozen veggies, and pasta sauce. Mix it with a little rice. Nice. Yeah, I found these perfect little rice like servings that they had at Costco, where you just put them in the microwave and heat them for just 2 minutes, and boom, you got perfectly consistent sticky rice. Comedians were the AI generators before it became mainstream. What do you mean? I'm a little confused by what you're saying there. AI generator. You mean creatives? You kind of got me on this one, Pun. What's going? What? What do you mean by that? Like, before AI even became a thing. Like, now I'm really confused, because, like, I don't know. That's where I was trying to, like, have a little confidence that, like, AI art is still so obvious. Like, even when it's not, there was this one Kyle Kalinske video that recently came out. I was thinking about covering it here. I'm glad I didn't, because honestly, I could see that it was AI right away. Just here's a little trick. If you can, like, just, like, hold your phone back, like, if you can, like, just adjust your eyes, like, to just focus on it, when you kind of pull it back, you'll be able to see it right away. And, like, you'll see the difference between any AI image or any, like, drawn image, computer animated image even. For some reason, there's this weird, like, haze thing that it does where I'm just like, that's not right. And, like, it messes with the lighting just enough where I'm like, that's AI. Better cover Asmongold political videos. They are never AI. Who am I covering that's AI? What? I don't think I've covered anything that's AI except for the infograph, which I stopped using them because I found out they were using AI. I find the term AI art to be oxymoronic. I mean, it is a little bit, but it's still a popular term. There's a lot of terms out there that are like that. But realistically, I don't know, man. I really do kind of live that Family Guy meme. Not sure if you guys saw it, where it's just, you guys think you're better than me? It's just a bunch of traditional art, and even one of them is like toddler with crayon. How do you say crayon? Do you say it like me, or do you say crayon? A crayon. I've every time I hear it, like, pronounced like that, I'm like, oh, that's odd. But then again, I'm a Midwestern with a pretty heavy Chicago accent. Like, it's weird. I don't hear it when I'm speaking, but when I do playbacks, I'm just like, damn, dude. You gonna go to a Cubs game? What's going on there, Pat? Holy cow. I don't dare call it AI art. I call it AI images. Or the thing is, art is art. Like, that's what I mean. Like, music. I'm just, okay, AI images, I could specify, because I can also tell AI, like, music. You know, we had a little situation with that too. Surprisingly, YouTube is helping with that one, because no fault on Big James, because he was trying to utilize it to get some music that he had written out there, which I'm fine with utilizing it for that, as long as you have, like, the intent of, like, having artists, like, use it or selling it. I don't know. But we did have a situation where when I played it, it triggered multiple, like, copyright strikes, where it gave me a little bit of faith, where I was just like, all right, YouTube's on their shit. That's cool. At least they're protecting people and their intellectual property like that. But as I have also been on the other side of that sword, so... People use AI to help them write their online D&D actions too. Actions? Wait, they're actions. Like the actions they take? Like the decisions? I can't stand this. I can't stand this. No. I was just talking about this yesterday, and I'm dead serious, guys. It's scaring me how... And it's not just kids. I'm seeing people my fucking age using AI prompts to try, like, to get basic information that they're not going to retain because they're just like, Grok says this. Like, the drool. Like, it's going to start pulling to their fucking feet soon. Like, just, it's insane. I'm getting really upset about, like, how anti-intellectual America is becoming in general, but Jesus freaking Christ. It's coming from, like, a lot of people that I know, too, where they're good, respectable artists, where they're just like, yeah, I started using, like, I'll be honest, it hurts me a little bit where, like, somebody that I really respect in art, like, starts talking about how they used AI to help them with something. I was just like, And now I'm becoming that dude, though. Like, I'm literally going to be the dude living in a cabin in the woods. Just, yeah, I got to hide from the AI. But I still do my show. Meanwhile, there's literally an AI pep talks because it already, like, compiled enough information on me and enough just, you know, basic mannerisms to create, like, me, which I'm afraid of that shit. As a content creator, that be wild. Cabin in the woods, smoking dope, reading books. Did I mention why I was late today? I'm dead serious. Because I've been feeling a little bit more like myself, I went and got caught up on some comics, and I started reading at 9 in the morning, and I looked at the clock, and it was 2. And I'm like, uh-oh! I gotta go do my show. So, it was nice, though. Dude. Let's see. I'm trying to be fair. How many did I read? Stack is... at least 25. Possibly more. I'm actually going to short it. But yeah. Only old books because new books will be AI generated. Are you scared of AI right now? What's going on? What's with the push for AI talk today, Pun Pun? Where's this coming from? Trump single-handedly keeps the spray tan industry going? I just saw your comment, dude. That's him and the WWE wrestlers. We all go to the same place. That's how I hooked up with Vince McMahon. You think? Huh. I never actually found out how they met. There's a good chance it could rhyme with Schmepstein. Yeah. Remember, the libraries aren't cool and books are for nerds. What's the incentive to learn? Did I say that? I can't always remember what I said, especially if I was being a condescending dick, like just to be a dick. I do that occasionally, but no, I think I'm all right. No, I talked about the importance of libraries. Imagine no, I do remember actually having like a back and forth about that. I'm sorry. I might have been wrong. Remember though, yeah, see, never seen Repentant Man and Skynet in the same room together. I mean, we did just watch that whole thing about like what's going on in Memphis. Like, he could just be a Grok generated AI who's here to just screw with me. It is, dude, I thought he unfollowed me too. Like, I looked through all my stuff on Twitch. It seemed like he unfollowed and all that, but how the hell did he know? I mean, I do go live pretty much consistently, but This is what happens when tech meets capitalism. It's not about innovation. It's about profits and slowly having people be reliant on tech. Tech is being used as a tool to control people. Oh, yeah. But I think that you're also... I actually want to take it even, like, to a more simpler level where it is just, like, they are more than comfortable with having a populace that will go to their products to think for them. Think about this, like, because just from a basic perspective, they are lacking critical thinking skills already, and they're not, like, listen, I don't know much about neuroscience, but I know enough about just, like, neuroplasticity to just say they're not getting it. They're not working out their brains, so, like, their neurons are just gonna die. Eventually, they are just gonna, like, not even kidding, have drool down to the floor and just be like, Grok, tell me what time I have to poop. Once you pep, you can't. You can't step. You're like, I almost had it. I love when I have those moments where you're just like, oh, I got this great rhyme or I got this great idea. Oh, no. I essentially just went outside with my left shoe and my right foot with confidence. Evolution peaked when we are now heading back. We are. Dude, I was just watching Wall-E, and it's it's kind of fucking scary, man. Everybody talks about idiocracy and, like, the movies that we're kind of leading towards, but we kind of forget about that one. Or at least I haven't heard, like, people go back to it in a while, where it's just like, no, we're living Wall-E world, dude. We are Devo. Devo's Devo. I have a pot planter that looks like a Devo hat. You gotta get 3 more. Or is it? Yeah, no, 2 more. Yeah, no, there's only 3 of them. Yes, I agree. We're thinking of, like, the same Devo thing, right? Like the band. I just gotta... Or, oh, you mean de-evolution, right? Uh-oh. Maybe I don't need to smoke more. Meanwhile, everybody that just tuned in was just like, yeah, I can agree with that. Yes, I agree. We have hindered our own evolutionary process and are going back to monkeys. Evolve of the future. Yeah. This has been my thing for a while. If there's one thing we need to change in education ASAP, it's basic logic classes early on. So people, we're not, listen, you can advocate for this all day. Unless you're actually part of your school board or you're like in your school district, then I don't know what to tell you because it's not going to, it's never going to happen. Like, especially with the federal, like, education system right now, it's not going to happen. So it's on parents and it's on, like, secondary educators, like community, like, this is where getting community centers that have these types of classes would be a big step. We can counter this, but we have to be smart about how to do it. Because I'm just going to say, like, relying on the actual, like, federal education system as it stands right now, or even state education system right now, like, no, it's not doing it. Like, we're already lacking most of these basic processing skills. And on top of this, I did cover this earlier, Sylvie. This isn't bipartisan. Like, this isn't a partisan issue. This is completely bipartisan, and it's not an age issue either. I have seen people in their 50s just hardcore devolve mentally, where it's just like they became just their basic child selves. Like, we've all seen it. Fuck. We all have a parent or an uncle or somebody who we were just like, what happened to you? And then they were like, oh, and, like, we figured it out. We're like, oh, you got Facebook. Oh, shit. It's hard logic. Hard lard. Ew. Hard logic. I just did it again. Hard logic to argue with. Wow, that was a rough one. Would you argue that by making our brains use less space on learning these basic things, we make room to learn advanced stuff? Nah. No, because you're lacking the building blocks. Like, I look at, again, neuroplasticity and just like, kind of like Legos, where it's just like, no, you need to build the base first and then you build up, like, or towers or any architecture. What happened to that uncle that got Facebook? I mean, yeah, dude, it sucks too when it's like, I had a cousin that happened with, where he was so cool. He was one of my heroes growing up, and then he got Facebook and he devolved hard, man, where I was just like, oh, it was a rough one to watch. And now we cannot talk about anything, so what you gonna do? We used to do a lot of things together too. That sucks. Like when we used to go to hockey games together and just it really sucks. Are we not men? Our president can't read. Like, how much lower can we get? The ramparts. Would you argue that completely? Why is my chat? Hold on, the chat froze again. All right, my multi-stream chat has just been awful lately, so gonna hurt the neck today because I'm gonna go back and forth. But at least I'll be able to get everything. So. As long as profits are the #1 indicator on why anyone does anything, and parents still not being present parents, then we are all doomed. This will only change after the fall of the current society. I guess. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a hard... I don't know. I mean, is that really your opinion? Well, up, Sean? How you doing? I know it would be hard to get implemented, but... I know it's needed, or people will always be dumb. If only these older people were taught early. That's what scares me, though. Like, hearing how unintellectual people in their 70s are right now, it actually does make me, like, kind of scared, where I'm like, oh, like, there are words. That one didn't warrant it, so I'm trying to be, like, again, I'm only trying to save that for when, like, a very certain type of chatter comes in here where it's like, oh, no, you earned this. But I can wish, even... Oh, no, don't. Sylvie, one thing that I want to make sure you understand is I'm not trying to crush your hopes or your dreams or even just wishing for something better to come. No, don't do that, please. Like, keep optimism. Like, keep your optimism. Just look at as what I'm doing here is just kind of playing devil's advocate for, the negative on that one. Eat ass every day. I mean, okay, brother. Alien 96 coming in here he's just like, I want people to know this. You will all know this. Well, okay. Well, Alien 96, guys. We know what he does. I'm just waiting for the one chatter to be like, what's up? Drop me a DM. Most of them grew up in a system that was made to make workers not thinkers. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I kind of caught on to that. Like, think of it this way. You can look at me as the black sheep of my school or whatever. And, but when I look at the people that got expelled the way that I did, because there was a wave that happened where all of a sudden they were just like, hey, let's get rid of these problems here, and we can use the auspice of they all smoked weed together, so we through an investigation found out that you were all doing drugs on school. Again, there was no investigation. They didn't have any, we didn't have security cameras. But we also weren't dumb enough to do it on school grounds. So it was all bullshit. But yeah, there's that whole thing where I'm like, oh, so you got rid of literally all these free thinkers. And then I look at like the, Facebook profiles, Instagrams, and all that shit of like the people I went to high school with. They're all like, all the women had at least 3 to like, I would say the average is about 5 kids, which is insane. But that's what they were all about. Just make those babies and just, work, all this work. Like, made them good little capitalists. Go to church every Sunday, Back to work. We'll be back later. All right, Bandit. I'll try and keep the show audio friendly, so. And not that I'm really having a hard time with that one. Ooh, Logan's Run. Nobody has to live over 21 there. Dude, I remember I had a conversation with my nephew where he didn't really have a strong concept of age, and he like dropped this hammer where he's just like, I think anybody over the age of 35 should just die. And I was just like, what? It's like, it doesn't matter if it comes from like a 6-year-old. You're still like, dude. And I dropped it on him where I was just like, I'm over that. Let's see. I was 36, so yeah. Because I remember just being like, I would be dead, dude. And he was just like, what? Yeah, kids are wild. And then he went up to his grandma and was just like, Grandma, you're gonna die when you're 80, and just left the room. It was like, deuces. She is like traumatized by that, by the way. Like, for real. I remember she came up to me, we were smoking. My mother-in-law's cool as fuck, by the way. But it was so funny. She was just like, that kind of tripped me out, man. You ever think that kids have some premonition or some shit? I'm like, no. I think he was a mean little shit in that and then I told her about what he said to me. Kids are trips though, man. Trail never comes from the enemy. No, it doesn't. No, it comes from your 6-year-old nephew. Who, just moments before thought you were like the coolest dude ever because he could do his Uncle Pep can do a pretty killer Mario impression. Okie dokie. At least to him. He doesn't know the imperfections. Wahoo! No. Wow. Oh, speaking of wahoo! There we go. I get to go pick something up tonight. Woohoo! Oh, speaking of. Wait. Tornado on the ground in Missouri. Coming near me. Okay. Curse your sudden and oh man. I just find it funny how many parents like I've seen just like straight up get stoned like in front, like not in front of their kids, but they'll get stoned and then they'll just go and like be parents. I'm like, huh. But then again, I grew up a sober parent. Well, ish. I grew up with I grew up with recovery parents. Let's put it that way. One of them never strayed. The other, I just wish that our whole system, like the AA system, didn't like institute guilt, because you do realize that that is so much worse. Like this idea, like I think we've talked about this because of, you know, some people's situations in chat. And I got to be honest, man, like the guilt situation really, I wanted to revisit that because of how, you know, my mom would always feel about like relapsing. And it was just like, it was never necessarily like her, you know, like it was always the, oh, well, this person or this organization or this pastor or the, like it was always, or me, where she was just like, you know, it's always the disappointment. And you know, once I got older, one of the most cathartic things I was able to say to her was like, listen, it's not your fault. You know, like I don't blame you. And that really helped. So at least I got to get that out there. But yeah, man, like that shit's, I hate how society does that. And then you have this whole thing where I don't like the two-faced nature of American society and addiction, where we'll care so much about, you know, a family member, but then the second that it's not our family member, they're like, oh, look at this bum over here who can't get their life together. Like they have such harsh opinions, like, and that has to happen way more than you think. Because like I know I'm not trying to overgeneralize, because like a lot of families I know who deal with addiction do tend to be more empathetic, but like look at the way like the news and like politicians is a big one. Look at the way politicians like disingenuously use fentanyl abuse, and then not a story was done about how Donald Trump released the ¡1 fentanyl pusher, but not just released, he pardoned the guy. Again, where are the right wing, you know, the border, the fentanyl crisis? But yeah, I don't know. I always felt like, again, I went to a few AA meetings with my mom, and I saw the benefit of the system, and specifically like group therapy. Group therapy is a great idea, but the way that they would use like almost like a Bible for it, where like that's again where the structure of the AA meeting and like this stupid coin, that one was a big one where it's just like, we have to take your coin back, and like there's like a humiliation ritual behind it. Like that shit's kind of fucked up. Like, I'm just gonna be real, guys. Like, I think that does way more damage than anybody is ever willing to like talk about. Because I would also like, I understand that people, they see that as like, again, they're the badge. Like there's good there too. Like, trust me, that's where I wrestle with this one, where I'm like, okay, no, you should have like a representation of that, but it shouldn't be hinged on, you know, well, if I do this, then I lose that, and then I have this embarrassment of losing that, and then, because like then you get this whole, like I've seen too many people go into like this hopeless spiral where after losing that, and I'm not just talking about like my mom, I'm talking about other people too. Like I unfortunately saw a friend go through this too, where they kept spiraling every single time, and the expectations did not help, you know? And then on top of it, like you add kids to the mix, and oh boy, you got CPS involved a lot. Like, not in my case, but in my friend's case, where it's just so much of that shit, where then they act shit shocked, where, oh, this person just disappeared. Oh, are you telling me that this person is on a bender? Or like, that's why I'm trying not to contribute to that. I want people to know that, like, I genuinely, like, want to help in those cases where I can, because I do understand that you can't always help everybody. I know that I know some people that get frustrated by situations like that, you know, and that speaks to their heart and, like, the capacity that they have to do that, and I will never fault them for it. It almost becomes more frustrating where you, like, feel bad for that person, or, like, for the fact that that person's getting hurt like that, where you're just like, oh God, you don't deserve to feel that way. But yeah, man. I hope you guys understand that addiction is definitely one of the hardest things to go through. And I can't speak from experience on this one. I really can't. It's a miracle that I don't have, like, an addiction problem. It's kind of weird. Like, I was pretty much raised with the idea that I was going to. So, like, I stayed away from so many things, and which was good, you know. And then I tried them later in life. Realized I just didn't, you know, like Don Jr.'s favorite breakfast, I never liked. I just, Bill Maher said it best. I don't like something that makes me feel like I'm at work. And that's what it was, where I'm just like, oh, I feel like I'm literally at work during Black Friday. Like, I don't like this. Yeah, so just not for me. But, you know, Toadstool from Mario World. Like me some Toad. You know what I'm saying? And that's about it. You guys ready for some news? Because we're about to hit this hour here. So, oh yeah. I call them Sherms. Yeah, Toad. That's what I was talking about. Yes, and no, I psychedelic kind of stuff is, yeah, I'm more okay with going that route, but yeah, anything else I was never really interested in. And also, like, as I said, I've covered this on this show. Alien, I think you might be new, I'm not sure, but I have me a allergy to codeine, so yeah, one of the fun ones. It's also one of the ones that it's like, it won't kill me, but it's just like, it will make you sick. Oh, fun. Got all poofy. Dude, that was the wildest part, where I looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, what happened? No. Like, I felt like I was turning into the dude from the end of Big Trouble Little China. But man, is it normal, like, for coffee to give you heartburn? Because I've been getting, like, heartburn from my coffee lately. I don't know. I shouldn't talk about this because Repentant Man will come here and he'll just be like, no, it's you smoking that pot. He did say that. You know what? I'll say this. The asshole came in here yesterday talking his smack, but I did look into something where they did have a new study talking about how edibles and the rise of CBD, or like the rise of taking CBD, out of cannabis, like the THC. God, I'm trying to avoid that YouTube flag. But yeah, I could see it. I could see it. I could see where, like, it could cause some, like, heart problems and a few issues. Like, but yeah, I'm a coffee addict, get lots of heartburn. Okay, cool. That's kind of my thing. Like, I've noticed that I get this heartburn specifically after my third cup of coffee. Don't tell my doctor. Wouldn't that be wild? I go into my doctor, and he's just like, I watched your show. 3 cups, huh? If only to have a doctor that cared about my health that much. That'd be kind of cool. Although my doctor's cool as fuck. I'll be honest. It's funny. This is the reason that I'm like, I'll be bummed when my doc retires, because for real, he talks to you like just a dude. Where he's like, all right, so here is what the U.S. Medical Association will recommend for your daily or for your weekly intake on alcohol. And they say one glass of wine would be okay. And I'm like, what? And he's just like, I didn't get to my assessment of this yet. He's just like, nah. He's like, it's all moderation there, dude. You gotta, he told me, he's like, if you can keep it down to 1 to 2 beers, like, if you want to have them a night, you can. He's like, but 1 to 2 beers every other day is, yeah. Or 21 pep talks. At this point, that's what I'm just gonna say. Pep, this is your doctor. I've been undercover for months now. I'm disappointed in you. Damn it. I knew it. Oh, crap. Now he's gonna want to test my A1C. Uh-oh. Actually, it was okay on that one. The one that got me was like, okay, do you know what good and bad cholesterol are? I was just like, yes. And oh, okay. This, I hate to admit that this could have been avoided. So, it was funny. I had 2 doctor's appointments because I had a follow-up, right? So, with the first one, that's where he said, he's just like, do you know what's going on with your cholesterol? Like, it's high there, bro. And I was like, okay. Cheerios? And he was just like, no, this is going to take more than Cheerios. I was like, oh, am I getting put on a blood pressure medication? He's just like, we're going to do a follow-up. I want you to like follow this very specific diet for, it was about a month. And then I went back for my follow-up. As I'm leaving the doctor's office, I told my wife what was up, and she was just like, wait a minute. Did you remember not to eat? I'm like, yeah. She's like, you had all that bacon. I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I had to tell my doctor about that the next follow-up, and I was just like, hey, doc, so theoretically, if I ate some bacon, you know, within that 8-hour stretch that I wasn't really supposed to, would that mess with my cholesterol levels? He was just like, yes. That's a hard yes. He was so mad. So, had to retest. Still had high cholesterol. But, you know what? Apparently it's just becoming a thing with like younger and younger people, because he told me that like he sees like people in their 20s that have like higher cholesterol than me, because like that's how he was trying to make me feel a little bit better about myself, where it's just like, I see people that should be healthier than you that, you know, have higher cholesterol. I'm like, oh, I like that. Okay, cool. Can I have a lollipop now? Have a good day. You know what I want to do before we go into the news? It's the second hour. We just smoked. I have to watch that because once we hit the 1 hour, or like the hour mark, it's on the 20. I'm on brand today. This is not working as well as it should. There we go. Oh yeah, it's a new strain. Duh. I like how I just had that realization. And that doesn't taste the same. What's going on in the world today? Well, let's find out. Let's find out, and let's make it sponsored. Because why not? This program, if you did not see the thumbnail, is sponsored by Ground News. Reason being, Ground News is awesome. And I was using this before I became a streamer, so. Oh, shit. Keep doing that. For a good reason. Alright, but yeah, with Ground News, you guys can break through the algorithm. And also, some paywalls. The middle tier, that is the paid tier, will get you through most the really annoying paywalls, like, say, a NYT. And it'll be a nice little breakdown like this, where they give you all of this in nice little bullet points. It's a nice collection from everybody from the center, left, and right, as you can see. So, Trump calls for bipartisan congressional action to eliminate the debt ceiling. Let's see. Donald Trump and Senator Elizabeth Warren called in 2025 for bipartisan action to eliminate the U.S. debt ceiling altogether to prevent economic risk. I'm not sure if I agree with this. I'm going to be real. They reached this rare agreement amid escalating fiscal concerns and legislative efforts involving a 4-year debt ceiling extension and increased deficit spending. Their shared stance contrasts the opposition from some Republican senators who threatened to block a House bill allowing a $4 trillion increase in tax funds, or in tax breaks. Oh, excuse me. Their shared stance contrasts with opposition from the Republican senators who This bipartisan alignment suggests increased concern about repeated debt limit. Yeah, okay. So, I think that Elizabeth Warren, bad idea, exactly. But I think Elizabeth Warren is just like, if we don't do this, then I don't want to be cynical. It's like, then we have to work a lot. No, we got to keep them accountable. Also, PP Jackson. Yeah, I hopefully we'll be playing that tomorrow. I'm hoping that will be the Thursday stream, is just me being like, Switch 2 day! And just Mario Kart all night. Oh, God. I just realized, though, I have to get a splitter. Shit. Damn it. I might not be able to do that by tomorrow. Oh, we'll see. Sorry. Let's go. It's all center and a little bit right. Let's go to the hill. Please don't autoplay. You always autoplay. President Trump, I'm very pleased to announce that after all these years, I agree with Senator Elizabeth Warren on something. Oh, you didn't call her Pocahontas? She wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it is so catastrophic for our country. What is... Oh, wait. Warren had posted on Trump's comments on X, during which he noted... Where's the original post from Warren? Yeah, we get it. They've clashed, but here. Seriously? Okay. You know what? Fuck it. At this point,
Now, Senate Democrats.
President Donald Trump is pushing Congress to pass his, quote, big beautiful bill by the 4th of July. It extends tax cuts while cutting funding for Medicaid by adding work requirements.
In good conscience, give up more
Political. Even Elon Musk.
this isn't. Oh my god, this is getting frustrating. Where the hell is the actual tweet? Elizabeth Warren. Donald Trump is going to take money out of grandma's Social Security for decades. We sounded the alarm and he backed down. We're keeping up the fight. I'm not seeing anything about what her like stance on getting rid of the debt ceiling. So I have to be fucking a little bit skeptical here. It's too devastating to be put in the hands of political people that may want to use it, despite the horrendous effect it could have on our country. As to Senator Warren's second statement on $4 trillion, I like that also, but so are they misappropriating like what she said? Because this is kind of wild. I have to be honest. That's also kind of wild because Next Star Media Group. It's kind of nice to see that the Hill is actually owned by a right-wing conglomerate. Always kind of knew. I suspected. Columbia University files accreditation standards over anti-discrimination violations. Oh, the education department saying? Oh, okay. Cool. The thing is, I've lost the ability to look at this and not just see Linda McMahon says or Trump administration says. It's just... Ugh. All right. Here we go. Leave it to Mediate at Real Donald Trump, and I agree the debt limit should be scrapped to prevent a economic catastrophe. Let's pass a bipartisan bill and get rid of it forever, wrote Warren in her caption before adding that jacking up the debt limit by $4 trillion to fund more tax breaks for billionaires is an outrage. So how does that stop him? How does that stop him as opposed to just giving him everything that he fucking wants? Like, is she serious right now? Like, she's trying to, like... Is this her trying to be like, look, I opposed it all. I opposed it the entire time. Ridiculous. All right, Sylvie, what's your take on this one? Why do you think that it is as bad of an idea? Because my take on it is it gives them it gives them no boundaries. And also, I hate to say it, like, it is kind of good to use something like that as, leverage. Like, I'm also not understanding why Elizabeth Warren is just all of a sudden like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, they have nothing past this. You guys want to see something fucked up? This is the ads. Mitesh, I wish you were here to see this. Maybe go back and replay it. Look at the ads here, especially this why Walgreens is hiding this cheap generic Cialis, and it's like a dude that looks older than Biden with like a 20-something-year-old freaking Instagram model. And it's all this fucking, you want to be like Bill Belichick? This is how you be like big Bill Belichick. Have all the money in the world and then do this. Fucking idiots. It's just funny because every time they're like, look at my hot girlfriend, I'm like, dude, I just see an old ass hag, because the second that a woman steps out with a dude like that, they immediately lose like 2,000 attraction points. I was be like, they're so attractive they had to go and get, multiple Botox injections by the time they were 30. Real winners. Sorry. That might have been a bit chauvinistic, but yeah. I have the tier that gets me through those paywalls because the walls annoyed me. Oh, you got the top tier? Please tell me you used my promo code. If you use my promo code, then that... Oh, my God. That explains a few things. Keep pay-go and take away debt ceiling. Abolishing the debt ceiling in a vacuum, and it is a good thing, in my opinion. See, that's kind of where I was, like, toying with it, where I'm like, it's already... we're already there. Now it's just kind of, like, semantics. No ceiling means less over... See, that's where... But that's where I was thinking that less oversight means more things than the administration can do without checks and balances. Which, why is Warren doing this now, where she's like, you know what, fuck it, I do RFK, so I'm gonna be fair. Why do we need a debt ceiling when honestly it's a bad idea that the $4 trillion is also a bad idea. But we should get rid of the debt ceiling. I was just listening to Free Palestine songs. Nice. Whoa, Wild Squishmallow appears. What up? F Israel. Why did I end up here? I don't know. Squishmallow, are you... Oh, it's kind of funny. Like, right as you left, or like hopped off of Twitch, people like hopped on Twitch. I don't know. You know what? I did notice that my I might have pissed Twitch off with something, so I got to be careful over there. You know what? Let's see. Let's get rid of debate. There we go. That should help. I'm random. That you are. Always keep me on my toes. No, it's okay, man. I appreciate it. Nah, I just think that this is oddly timed. Again, what was she guaranteed? Like, what's the carrot for her for this? Like, does she not see how she's now being used as a media tool to sell this idea to moderates? What the fuck? I wasn't in Twitch. Do I need to go there? No, not necessarily. Everything's fine. We got people just chilling. I think Bloodstone's got it locked down if anything were to go haywire, but appreciate it. All right, so I do find it funny though, like what I was just saying about like the whole, yeah, look, old creepy guys and the young girls. We're back to this, guys. It's okay. This world. It's kind of wild. Like, I do, like, have these random thoughts where I'm just like, what if I still believed in, like, Christ? Like, God, I would just think that this world is just toast. Like, for real. I'd be like, nope. Our ascension is coming. Because the end is nigh. Hold on. Bloodstone, my new best friend on Twitch. Be right there. All right, guys, let's get to the majority report bit that I had lined up for today, because not sure if you guys were here at the beginning, which if you weren't, hit that like button. Hey, gotcha. But no, I wasn't able to really enjoy the majority report today, so I went and broke it down by a few segments where Sam, I saw in chat, was talking specifically about the hurricane season. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. And then I caught it at the very back end where there was a caller talking about him debating ANCAPs, and I was like, interesting. So, where'd it go? Oh, there we go.
Some Republicans who are complaining that they hadn't read the bill. Now,
I thought that was satire.
well, you know, the reality
Is it? Because I saw that report about Marjorie Taylor Greene not reading the bill, but yeah. Is it satire?
is that there have been times in the past, we'll talk about this later in the show, but there's been times in the past where you get a really big bill and it's brought to the floor very quickly and people don't have a chance to read it all and things get shoved in there. But I cannot tell you, after doing this for 20 years, how much of an issue this was for Republicans for over a decade. Like, the primary complaint about the Affordable Care Act, I was on the mall interviewing people at a Glenn Beck rally. The biggest complaint about the bill
Oh, I miss Sam on the street.
was that Nancy
more of
Pelosi had said, we'll see what's in the bill when we pass it. Although she was talking about it well in advance of actually hitting the floor.
Nobody in Congress read that one?
And B, it should be illegal to have a bill that's over, 100 pages or 10 pages or something.
Too much homework.
And to hear these stalwart Republicans like Marjorie Taylor Greene and whatnot complain that they didn't know that certain provisions were in the bill. Incidentally, the provisions they're complaining about were literally debated on the floor. Like, we've watched some of the video. So it wasn't just a question of not reading. It was also a question of completely burying your head in the sand or sort of retconning this thing. But we'll talk more about that later. But the biggest story, of course, that has been ongoing has been the cuts to the various branches of our government.
And this is going to continue to be a story with every single disaster. In which we're going to... Dude.
Many instances.
The guy didn't know that there was a hurricane season.
Instances unauthorized by the Doge people. And now in a second wave, cuts that are still impacting these organizations. And because now you have Russell Vogt coming in and doing it in the sort of old-fashioned Heritage Foundation Project 2025 way, which is to come in and claim that the agency can do its mission with a lot less people. Doge just went in there and just cut willy-nilly. Project 2025, Russell Vogt from the Office of Management and Budget is coming in with what is known as RIFs, reduction in force, claiming that they can still achieve the mission of these agencies with a diminished workforce. And the fact of the matter is the amount of savings in this is, we know now, minimal. And in many instances, actually inverse. When you cut people from the IRS, you literally lose $6 or $7 or $12 per dollar you save on their salaries, because that's how much revenue they brought in. And one could probably make the argument, even with NOAA, the National Oceanic and what does it stand for?
I'm glad that he's going to say, because I don't know.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Yeah, nobody can remember that. Because it provides warnings about major...
like trigger warnings?
Well, no, not so much trigger warnings. But warnings about major weather events.
Nice.
And having that advance notice probably saves a ton of money, both in terms of being able to mobilize things like FEMA, although
Denali.
the FEMA head
We gotta watch that.
now doesn't realize that there's a hurricane season. But
I'll bring that one back here.
Hey, maybe we should evacuate. Maybe we should board up. Maybe I shouldn't leave my boat in the water. Maybe I shouldn't have my car parked by the ocean. Whatever it is. This is a clip of a South Florida weatherman. Talking about the paths of hurricanes going forward and being able to predict where hurricanes are going to go and why he may not be able to do that anymore versus what he was able to do half a dozen years ago.
Right? When is it going to turn? John, it's not turning. It's coming straight to us. It's going to turn. All right? The turn was never forecast to be on Sunday. The turn isn't even on Monday morning. The turn will come Monday afternoon, Monday evening, into Tuesday. Remember that? That was about 6 years ago. That was Hurricane Dorian, as it was absolutely devastating the Northwest Bahamas as a Category 5, sat over that region for 2 days. It was headed straight west. Lots of people in Florida were concerned the hurricane was heading here. And as you've grown accustomed to my presentations over my 34 years in South Florida newscasts, confidently, I went on TV and I told you, it's going to turn. You don't need to worry. It is going to turn. And I am here to tell you that I'm not sure I can do that this year, because of the gutting, the sledgehammer attack on science in general.
Good luck, Meatball Ron.
And I could talk about that for a long, long time, and how that is affecting the U.S. Leadership in science over many years, and how we're losing that leadership. And this is a multi-generational impact on science in this country. All right. But specifically, let's talk about the federal government cuts to the National Weather Service and to NOAA. Did you know that Central and South Florida National Weather Service offices are currently basically 20 to 40% understaffed? From Tampa to Key West, including the Miami office, 20 to 40% understaffed. Now, this type of staffing shortage is having impacts across the nation, because there's been a nearly 20% reduction in weather balloon launches that carry those radiosondes. And what we're starting to see is that the quality of the forecasts is becoming degraded. There's also a chance, because of some of these cuts, that NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft will not be able to fly this year, and with less reconnaissance missions, we may be flying blind. And we may not exactly know how strong a hurricane is before it reaches the coastline, like happened a couple of years ago in Hurricane Otis in Acapulco, Mexico. So I was asked to talk about this today. I'm glad I was. I just want you to know that what you need to do is call your representatives and make sure that these cuts are stopped. Back to you.
That was Florida weatherman John Morales. Spoiler alert, they're going to keep those cuts. And it's possible, maybe because there'll be a Republican senator from Florida, maybe Rick Scott, maybe will be able to get that reinstalled. But I mean, if you don't think that a 20 to 40% understaffed office or a 20% reduction in weather balloons is going to impact, it's impossible to know. 1 year, it could be, doesn't make a difference in terms of any lives. Another year, maybe.
I know people will joke. I shouldn't.
It's 50 lives. Maybe it's 100 lives.
I don't actually begrudge you that one. Like, you can call a meatball Ron, and like you can joke about the politicians. It sucks. It just sucks to know that, yeah, this is going to cause death. Like, this is going to cause death, destruction, but there is also personal accountability here, man. If you live in Florida, you have to be very, very aware of what they're doing and just prepare, like, if as much as you can. I know that we have some viewers here from Florida. Like, what are your ideas for preparing for the hurricane seasons?
But at the very least, the good news is,
as far as like also not having FEMA,
we have more money to spend on defense.
Oh, shit.
And to provide tax cuts to wealthy people who maybe they can have their own weather service.
Well, they can.
That's kind of what they're doing.
Enforce their shelters.
I mean, we are on the cusp of feeling the real implications to all of this. We're talking about it. There's a lot of stories about it, but we are on the cusp of feeling the implications of this. And for the vast, overwhelming number of Americans, they will never be aware, understand, or have a sense of, hey, this is a function of that. No, I mean, it's just people don't have the capacity to do that. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that's just the reality.
We have a worse media environment than we did 6 years ago, as evidenced by, that clip.
We have, I mean, just the idea that has to be like presented by the weatherman himself. And good for him. He deserves a medal, frankly. And whoever allowed him to do that on the air.
Apparently South Florida's longest tenured meteorologist, been there for decades.
I was sort of shocked by, I mean, he looks older than he did 6 years ago. It happens fast, particularly when you get up around our age. But there's going to be, we're just not going to know. I mean, we're going to see this in like food safety. We're going to see this in drug safety. We're going to see this.
We're still dealing with the repercussions from the first Trump administration, and then Biden trying to roll back the cuts and regulations that he was trying to get rid of.
We're going to see this across the board.
The Boar's Head thing.
It's just
prime example.
There's no way to know for your average person that you can draw a line between these cuts and a diminishment of safety, quality, I don't know, convenience. They're going to get rid of the IRS direct file. I mean, we're going to see all sorts of different things like this, and people are just
getting rid of direct file. They're not going to go after the big tax cheats. Like, actually, I just saw a report that this is going to increase auditing on people who, small businesses.
Going to be like, oh, this sucks. And then
we're going to remember that this Trump administration as being the one that, like, they sacrificed the family business. Like, those are the people that are getting screwed the hardest in all of this, whether it be the tariffs or these policies.
They're not going to realize what it's from. That's the challenge. But the good news is we have all these Democratic lawmakers out there really pounding the pavement about it. Chuck Schumer recording videos about the danger of a potential deal with Iran.
What kind of bull is this?
All right. So this one.
to do this. This is a constant fight within the Democratic Party, and there are moments where more progressive voices went out, but they're rare. Here is Richie Torres talking about the abundance agenda. And
I'm glad that he's revisiting this.
Here's the thing. It's like, we had Ezra Klein on the program, and I don't think I did a particularly great job of focusing on abundance as a movement. That was my attempt. He wanted to take it granular at times. We never even talked about how Derek Thompson's whole section of the book was equating the anti-tax movement that inhibits research grants to NIH is like the environmental groups who inhibit the ability of government to build. But the real problem with the abundance thing is not the specifics about housing regulations in San Francisco or in, Chicago or in New York that are supposedly there. I'm quite sure, local entities can figure that out in one form or another. And maybe even if the agenda is we need those 3 cities to get rid of housing protections for low-income people. But the problem is it's providing some type of rubric for this same corporatist DLC, that's where Clinton came from, it's no longer existing, mentality. It's like, this corporate mentality in the Democratic Party is sort of like orphaned. And here they are, and they're very, obviously, they've got literally tens, if hundreds of millions of dollars behind them. And Richie Torres is one of those corporate Democrats who want some of that money.
So I'm a strong proponent of the abundance movement. And for me, abundance is the best framework for reimagining what it means to govern progressively, to govern as a Democratic Party. If the Republican Party is going to be the party of less government, then we as Democrats should not be the party of more government. We should be the party of better, cheaper, and faster government. Right? A government
Pause it for a second. It's literally what Bill Clinton was pitching. Yeah. Leaner, meaner government. The era of big government is over. This is literally Bill Clinton rehash.
Let's not ignore the fact that there is a lot of fucking waste in the government and a lot of redundant positions. And honestly, do you know how many times I've had to deal with somebody where they're talking about how I just got this fat government contract, bro. And you see the way they're using the money and you're just like, oh, this is government waste right there. Do they not understand what they paid for?
And think about what he said. First of all, there's no abundance movement in the sense that people perceive of what a movement is. There is, what is the OpenAI philanthropy is donate $120 million to this. There is no movement. There are no people on the ground
chanting abundance.
Yes, abundance.
Abundance.
There's no people showing up at rallies
bottlenecks
for abundant, to see Matt Iglesias or Richie Torres speak. Go ahead.
Better, cheaper, and faster government. Right? A government that builds, a government that works. And, progress is measured not only by more spending, but by more supply. For me, what matters is not only whether there's more or less housing spending, but whether there's more or less housing supply. Are we pursuing policies that expand the supply of housing? Or are we contracting it? Are we making housing more abundant and affordable, or are we making it more scarce and unaffordable? And it's often the case that in blue cities and blue states, we're pursuing policies that actually contract the supply of fundamental public goods that we need and want.
As much as I want to disagree with him on this one, I can say that with the way Brandon Johnson's handling certain things in Chicago, Unfortunately, it does give merit to this argument. So
Now, there are certainly, I'm sure, blue cities like that. There's also blue cities not like that.
Where there's like unfinished towers leaning in lower Manhattan because, just had to build those. There's a giant tower in Brooklyn, which was put up for speculative gains and is half empty. They're not doing a great job.
It's a great piece by Sam Adler-Bell, who writes, this is, I guess, a New York magazine. And
well, I mean, they're having the same issue that we're having too, where like luxury condos is like the hugest problem right now, where they reclassified what used to be low income housing as like luxury land now, like where they realized they were like, oh, why did we put all this low income housing on the lakefront when that is, that's the property that we want. So that's like their whole push now.
He writes about the bipartisan group of House members.
Sure shit, they're not rebuilding, low income housing there.
Formed the Build America Caucus on behalf of the pro-growth abundance movement. Again, I definitely would like to see more housing. I definitely would like to see high-speed rail. And he's talking about this internecine fight within the Democratic Party.
The fact that we don't have high-speed rail is kind of insane.
There's also a group of ideologically diverse members of the Democrats' newly formed Economic Patriotism Working Group in the House that is about economic populism and is anti-corporate, while they may disagree on things like immigration and whatnot. I mean, I think when we had AOC on, we were talking like Pat Ryan was a good example of this. He's from the New York 18th. And, of course, Adler-Bell cites this new poll out there. Democratic voters, the populist message against the abundance message, won 59% to 16.8%.
Okay, but we don't have to go by polls for everything.
Yes. But he says moderates have their hands on the wheel. More than $100 million pours into support in the abundance agenda from libertarian funders and Silicon Valley philanthropists. That's true. And then some people, and I've had people email me, like, why can't the forces of abundance and populism unite? Because first off, this is me speaking. There is no problem with having these narrow policies about local zoning restrictions subsumed into a populist movement. But when you talk about these forces, the reason why abundance exists is as a force.
We've become too car centric. I don't necessarily like agree with all that. Like,
squelch the populism on the left. That's why it exists.
Because there's nothing that can be done about it now. Like, when you look at the American infrastructure, there's just no way that we can go back. Like, and on top of it, this is where I've already had this discussion. What's the answer then? Mega cities?
That's why,
like, for people that want to protect, the land and they want to protect the environment, it's so weird how immediately then it's like that goes out the window to solve another issue.
Somebody dumps in $120 million.
I think that we can solve housing, by not killing the environment too.
Into a book that, honestly, read the book. There's very little there.
Actually, here we go. If we can make... that's a stupid idea. I was about to say, can we repurpose highways to become high-speed rail? No, that's dumb.
And it's
I never said I'm a city planner, guys. I'm just
thrown together from a bunch of policies that I think they anticipated a Biden administration, and that they'd be sort of like introducing a couple of policy measures on sort of on the margins. But there's a fear of this anti-oligarchic movement that's growing. So the reason why these forces can't combine is because they are fundamentally, one is literally built to stop the other. And of course, you need messaging. You need a unified message. So Adler writes, in late May, I spoke with Bharat Ramurthy, Deputy Director of the National Economic Council under Joe Biden. The
problem with that is you can't build trolleyways. There are a lot of places that you can't do that. There's mountainous regions that you just that's so impractical to even entertain.
Ramamurthy's telling the abundance advocates too often conflate Republican obstruction with Democratic red tape and downplay the role of corporate influence. He writes, Klein and Thompson have also
This is one of those classic cases where it's yes, we can introduce more, subways. We can introduce more high-speed rail, in more options and bus lines, too, for public transit. But realistically,
tries the CHIPS and Science Act as an example of legislation.
I like to bike, but unfortunately, dude, it gets to fucking negative degrees here in the fucking winter. And that our winters last, damn near 5 months. I get really tired of that one. I'm sorry, man. No, y'all act I'm not sure if you guys live in a warm climate, but that is kind of you guys kind of forgot about that.
Bagel liberalism. He had written about...
What am I supposed to do? Get snow tires on my fucking bike? Sunbelt, fuck the world?
The broadband.
That's what I mean.
And Act. Adler Bell did. That Klein brought up with Jon Stewart. That ended up getting debunked. But they didn't write about that in the book. But they use it as sort of fleshing out the abundance examples. And they run out. They run out of examples.
I'm glad that you admitted that, Ruben, because honestly, enough people that I've had this conversation with, they do tend to be from either Florida, Sunbelt region.
Because this isn't a movement. This isn't a large thing. They have narrowly tailored proposals.
Also, these media tours are in as much the content of these sorts of books as what's in the
without
text
a doubt.
themselves.
And I'll tell you, better.
Trolleys would be a good solution. They could be in certain regions.
Klein and Thompson.
But again, if you go to a city like Pittsburgh, that couldn't work. Have you ever been to Pittsburgh?
And have also characterized the CHIPS and
There's absolutely no way.
Science Act as an example of legislation undermined by everything bagel liberalism. But the project to subsidize semiconductor production was a success. Quote, every single major chip manufacturer has accepted the conditions and gotten grant funding, Ramamurthy says, and many of them have already started building. There were also some useless regulations that impede construction and technological progress at large. But as Ramamurthy sees it, once you get past those, there are real trade-offs. Is it worth paring back worker safety requirements so that construction costs come down? Question mark. Is it worth reducing environmental protection so
we actually have a lot of bike lanes, and that's not true.
that we can build in more places?
Because what we've done is we converted our, Chicago is a very bikeable city, by the way. And we also have, extended parks. We don't have, just a central park. We have, what we call, protected land, or what do you call them? Forest preserves.
Places.
I'm sure you guys have those.
Question mark.
But it's just one of those situations where it's just no.
In the abundance book itself.
Honestly, this is where we kind of disagree a little bit, Bloodstone, because I think that you're a little bit more hardcore on this than I am, where I agree that we need to invest in more infrastructure and more public transportation. That's just a given. But the fact is, again, I live in a city where the CTA is something where I have been told it's something that other cities strive for. And I'm like, really? That's insane.
Klein introduced it now. He was repeating the words of somebody else. But I mean, that's what writing a book is. Which parts of what people have said in the world do I repeat, essentially? Do we really want to have...
But also extending out to certain places. Here's what I don't understand. Because, Bloodstone, you're from, the Newark area, right? So you start... expanding out. Cherry Hill is a good example. And it's not just because of Harold and Kumar that I know about Cherry Hill. You start expanding out farther and farther and farther. Are you saying that the cityscape needs to push farther out into the suburban land, or what? Because that's what I keep bringing up about the mega city thing. The idea seems to be to have when you say walkable cities, all I hear is no single housing units, no single family housing for anybody. Like, what the fuck? And that's also where I have to say, like, that practicality. Like, dude, I like a little bit of nature. I like space. You know, there's a reason that I moved to where I did, because I didn't want everybody fucking live. Like, I didn't want to live on top of everybody. I didn't want to be around all that.
Have the idea that we need to have proper ventilation for low-income housing near highways.
And yes, I know I'm not speaking to like the broader, problem of this. I'm speaking, a little selfishly, where I'm just like, no, from my perspective, where I live, because apparently you guys get to do that from where, your Sunbelt thrones. Well, from my very cold ass, winter, winter is coming. Apparently I'm part of the wall crew here.
Inhibit the building.
Like, I really do kind of see this like it's, King's Landing is just sitting here, giving the wall a bunch of instructions on how to handle the White Walkers.
Of that low
bringing it back.
income housing.
We're going to go back to Westeros. All right, hold on. You know what? I just realized that this one's over. Here. Let's continue this conversation for a minute, and then I'll go into the next clip that I had lined up. It's a phone call that he took. TC. What's up, man? If you think you're trolling me with that, whatever, man. If you like having an emperor, then have fun with that, man. I'm an American. I like having checks and balances, and I like being my president's boss. I don't like having a fucking boss. I don't need this. I don't need an emperor. Apparently, I'm a true fucking real American. When you say 1776 out there on your fucking trucks, that's one thing that I was kind of like, how the hell did they appropriate that one? Where it's like, you guys are fighting for a king. What in the actual fuck? At least like have the balls to just be like, yeah, you know what? We can drop this whole American flag thing. All right, so less cars is better for the environment, for people's health, and actually trying to build places in mind with public transportation first and pedestrian-friendly walkways. Everywhere needs needs places to walk. Not everyone needs cars. See, I understand this mentality, and I understand what you're talking about, but this is why it works in places specifically like the Netherlands. But it's only fucking Amsterdam that this is really applicable. There are other places in Amsterdam that do not have that kind of like bikeable city or that bikeable community. Like Barcelona is another good example where it's like they built it like that because I'm pretty sure that it's like ancient architecture that was like built around it. See, this is where I get pissy, is because what is your fucking proposition here? Just nuke the entire system, wipe it all out, and then start anew? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just, there's no practical plan there. Like, I hear a lot of, I want this, but I don't hear any, this is how we can obtain this, or just one portion, one step in that direction. This actually brings me back to, like, my broader problem with some of, like, the leftist approach to, like, actually solving fucking problems is, like, we get so bogged down in having ideas. We're the idea people, but then actually implementing them or actually fighting, like getting them to, even the first step. Actually, you know what? No, I'll walk this one back. We'll get to that first step, and then we'll step on our own fucking toes and go, not good enough. And then we'll fall backwards because then we just lost the fucking plot. China has big high-speed railing, or big highways and high-speed rail. Yeah, it's fine. No, I remember listening to Vosh go on about this one, and it was like something I hard disagree with him on. Where it's like, okay, I'm glad that you've been to Barcelona, but you know what? I have also been to, well, not Barcelona, but I've been to a walkable city of, in France. as far as like European walkable cities. Fuck, even London. Like, the thing is, none of them really struck me as that much different. Because, like, guess what I did in Paris? I still took taxis. It's still fucking far to get to, like, these places that you need to go. And, like, the public transit system in Paris wasn't all that great. Gotta be honest. I'm not into the whole 15-minute city thing. No, I'm not either. I'm really not either, because the thing is, then that segregates you into working within 15 minutes from your home or whatever the fuck. Like, that's not how our modern economy works. Like, my wife, she has to commute for her job. Like, that's just how it is. And half of it is preference, because she doesn't want to be anywhere near her client. Like, she doesn't want to live near her clientele, because that's a whole situation where then they start playing that game of, well, I see you around. Can we just maybe negate this and then do this? And you could do this personally? China just made a high-speed train that goes 450 faster than, so they're making, yeah, no, and that's the thing, like, but China also has, you know, ghost cities that were built for, you know, hiding taxes. So I want to live my entire life in one building. As I said, Mega City 1, baby. Somebody watched Judge Dredd and was just like, Dad. It's like, that's how I feel about Vosh, where it's just like, oh, Vosh watched Judge Dredd and was just like, yeah, Mega City. I like Mega City. Why are you being extreme about it? I asked for pedestrian-friendly walkways, and here you are yelling about how it is. It's not, though, because I, like, okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding where your perspective is on this, because okay, so I'll admit that I don't know Newark that well. I've been there, like, twice. But I can say, like, I kind of thought that, like, Newark proper, like, Newark City proper had a decent enough bus line. I don't know. And pedestrian walkways, I didn't see any city that didn't have walkways. I think that you get mad because you have to hit a crosswalk. Like, no, dude, I think that I get mad at this is because, again, I've heard Vosh's arguments for it. I've seen the fucking, like, the memes for it. Like, I'll never forget seeing this one. It was like a New York Times cartoon, where it was like, it broke down just how much space we waste on cars. And I was like, okay, I get it. But at the same time, you're missing the fucking practical reason that people even have them. Like, because also, I think that there's this misunderstanding that a lot of people are using their cars. Like, it's not like the New York syndrome where it's just, you got these rich assholes that are going from, you know, a 5-minute drive, which is insane to me in itself. If you live in New York, what the fuck are you doing? Like, like, you have the subway. That's nuts to me. I will say that if you have it, use it. Even like when I had my situation, I still took public transport if it was within a decent amount of like time and like a reasonable time, and also in our case, we have to like actually worry about things are going to be on time or show up at all. So sorry, I was being a little hard on that one. Yelling about it, about how it's such a hard ask, and then we are stuck on cars forever. We used to have an infrastructure for trains. We still do. We never got rid of these fucking rails. Like, we actually increased the number of rail in America, like per capita at that time. No, I think that, again, there's this, like, weird thing where you're just like, we didn't commit more to the rails. And at some point, we just lost it. At least that's how I view it. I could be wrong here. Not trying to be condescending, Bloodstone. As I said, this is the first time that I think we've had a, like, pretty, like, this is a reasonable disagreement. Because my other thing is, good luck selling this on any, like, even a moderate. Like, goddamn. If there's one thing Americans like, it's their fucking cars, dude. You're not going to convince Americans to give up, like, it's one thing to try and to convince Americans to give up the pew-pews. The vroom-vrooms? Good luck. We don't need to get rid of cars entirely. That's just silly. We can slowly build up infrastructure for public transport, and I think this is where we agree. I think that you're, like... I'm not trying to be insulting here, so if I am, I apologize. But your language comes off a bit like you're harping on just a singular idea of like, well, we don't have enough walkable space or public transport already. Like, well, we don't. Mass transit is soaked in homeless people pee and poo. Have you ever actually wrote? That is one of the most ignorant fucking statements I've heard from somebody. Like that is suburban white boy who has never been to a fucking city attitude right there. You have the occasional, yeah, it happens, but also, hey, dumbass, they have cleaning crews at every fucking station. I'm so sick of I'm so sick of the middle Americans who like, this is also what, like, you know what? I'm going to shift my rant to you now, because fuck you. Like, I cannot stand the tourist that, you know, uses terms like Chirac, talks about New York City, like any city, like it's, you know, some fucking cesspit. Meanwhile, you're literally living in middle America with your like 8 people. You have to travel 45 minutes to get to your fucking grocery store. I don't want to hear it. See, that's the thing. I'll fight just as hard against the rural crowd, too. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I am more for mass transit, because then if we take away the cars, then it's like, all right. All the cleaning is surface level? What are you talking about? Do you understand the industrial level, like, grade bleach that they use on that shit? Like, you can smell when those cars get cleaned to the point where you do think that you're gonna pass out. Like, again, man. Like, I do think that you are living up to your name of being some chunky-ass pussy pearls. Because it seems like you are clutching your little pussy pearls. Also, did you think that you were going to get any good interaction when coming in anywhere with a name like that? Like, dude, you have a name that even if you go into a stream that agrees with you, is just like, oh, okay, this guy's just a crass dickhead. Like, and I'm all for it. I ain't offended by your name. It's more so just, yeah, just expect not to be taken very seriously. I'm very passionate about public transportation as someone who is not able to find jobs in careers because I do not have a car due to the price in space. Public transportation is important, plus the fact that food deserts exist too. I studied. Oh, yeah. No, we have food deserts. Like, make no mistake, we have food deserts, and we actually just extended our fucking food desert because they just closed. There was a Target and there was a Whole Foods in an area right down, like, well, okay, I don't want to dox, but close to me. I gotta constantly remember that. It's just like, oh yeah. No, and that's why I'm not, like, listen, I'm not trying to debate Lord You on this one, like, Bloodstone. I see the merit of what you're saying. I think that we have disagreements on how to implement it, and also how to, again, this is always what it comes down to when it comes to talking to me about this stuff, is how are you marketing this to your normies? Like, at this point, this just should be known, where it's like, okay, guys, like, I'm all for, you know, having all this shit, but hello, I actually don't give an F about what you're saying. I'm here to learn English. Your accent is good. I am a Chicago... Actually, in broadcasting, most people in America are taught to... They are taught to speak like the Midwestern, because we are clear, and we're clear, concise, and we don't really have that thick of an accent, I guess. Like, Southern accents, I guess, are harder for people to track. But yeah, once you start going coastal too, same shit. But no, I appreciate that. You don't give a fuck what I'm talking about. Well, I don't give a fuck about you. You got Moko over here. Well, I hope that you learned something on your English speaking journey here. Except for, you know, my headphones, I can't hear myself through my headphones today, so I've been told that I speak like a Midwesterner, that means that, yeah, then that means you kind of lack an accent at that point. At least in my opinion, but as I said earlier, I, upon my playbacks, have come to terms with the fact that I do have kind of a thicker Chicago accent when it comes down to it. Especially when I start talking about certain things. You speak like a man! Are you Miss Swanning me? Oh, I miss Miss Swan. She was the original. No. Yes, you look. Although, that bit aged like frickin' milk. All right, I get where you're coming from as well. It is the same. It's the same about guns. We are too fanatic to get rid of them altogether, but I'm opposed to them either. Oh, I'm not. I'm not opposed to guns. I'm opposed to the lax gun laws we have, and like the lack, like, dude, the fact is, like, can we just make it at least as difficult to get a weapon as it is to get a vehicle? Just I know, hot take. But I think we are too biased on cars, and we need to move away from it, especially since most people should not be driving. No, see that. Well, okay. I will say that. All right. Hold on. I was about to have an opinion without reading that last part of what you were saying. Time is it? I missed 4:20. God damn it. I drive cars into animals when I eat their faces. But Kirk, I mean, dude, see, this is actually, like, you kind of are a little bit of my example on, like, dude, you need to have a vehicle to... I don't think that you're, like, in a major metropolitan space, are you? I certainly do. The closest grocery store is a 20-minute drive. That's my point, then. I missed it, too. I'm about to go to the dispo. All right. Yeah, see, here, we'll just do we'll smoke it. A 20-minute mark. Kirk, I appreciate the fact that you were here. Everyone should get a government donkey. Jesus. As long as it speaks like Eddie Murphy, then I'm alright. Alright, I have got to pee, so I'm going to start this phone call from Sam. I think I saw the beginning of this one, so this should actually be okay.
Some circumstances, the answer may be yes, but policymakers should contend squarely with those trade-offs rather than waving them away as so much bleeding heart hand-wringing.
I don't want the donkey to sleep with my dragon. She's mine.
And that was the point that I tried to bring up with...
Man, those little wispy eyes and Shrek got you, huh?
Shapiro's emergency in rebuilding I-95. Everybody agreed it was an emergency. Everybody agreed that there are certain trade-offs we're willing to make. Mm-hmm. Maybe rolling back some of the union requirements, maybe rolling back some of the environmental checks, because everybody agreed it was an emergency, and everybody was willing. All the
surprisingly, they didn't like. I'm not sure if there's been an in-depth look into just like how much pollution was, brought about with that I-95 cleanup, but it seems like it kind of went well.
Constituencies were,
and it got built fucking quick.
Willing to say, we're willing to make that trade-off. But if you do it as a blanket edict, it's not only anti-democratic, it's also, it creates real problems for real people. People love to say, look at what China's doing.
I just realized that I went back to the old clip that I had up. My bad.
Good. My name is Alex in Ohio.
In Ohio, what highway are you driving on, Alex?
I'm not driving it. I'm actually working right now.
All right, where are you working? On a construction site? Are you in a?
Yeah. I'm a generator technician, and I am testing a generator out for a couple hours.
All right.
Mighty man of valor.
Yes. What?
Yeah.
What's on your mind?
I heard PBD is on my mind, man. I was listening to him a few weeks ago when Jeff Bezos wanted Amazon to list the tax hike from the tariffs. Anyway, they were talking about that, and I just thought it was pretty funny. Like, I wanted to get your take on why, what is capitalism with these guys talking about Jeff Bezos being disloyal for putting that on the thing on Amazon, and then the old guy, he mentioned like some weird stuff. He talked about, he's all like, only the country of origin should be making a country's flags. And I thought that was like pretty weird. I thought it was like is that against like free market capitalism, where only United States can make USA flags? And I just thought that was funny. I just thought that was like a little bit hypocritical, I guess. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think like hypocrisy is a quaint notion, and it's been that way for quite some time. I mean, look, they will talk about the deficit when it becomes advantageous to them, but they will also increase the deficit. They will talk about so-called free markets when, of course, we don't have free markets. We've never had free markets. Free markets never exist. They do not exist. Because there is always two states that each set up the market in one fashion or another. They always choose winners and losers. And the only time these guys will even admit that the government chooses winners or losers is implicitly when they try and cite patriotism. But
yeah, like with the flags.
Yep.
I was like, what? That's weird. But thanks, fellas. Hey, left is best.
Appreciate the call. Thanks. CPG. Wait, Crunchy. Sam, you are lying. I had coffee this morning for the first time in a month and had a very abundant movement twice today already. The people have spoken.
That's a real thing.
Hey.
CPG. Hey, man, don't be dogging my man Tom. Despite struggling to stay awake in his ugly vest, he's accidentally the funniest part of Valuetainment.
I'm finally starting to get all their names. I didn't know Saucecast was about Adam Sosnick. And
I have no idea.
The map is starting to fill in my head right now.
The mill rind. Actually, Denmark has such a rule, national law on flags.
All right.
I don't have a problem with that.
I think Betsy Ross is.
Okie dokie. Here. I want to hang with y'all and just kind of discuss this. I want to finish this discussion on public transit because I was upstairs thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? Instead of going back and forth with this, because we did kind of just come to the conclusion that me and Bloodstone, we for the most part agree. She, I think, just wants more bike paths, also safer options for walking. I can see that. But also, like, would one of your solutions be have, again, more work within your general space? What's the word I'm looking for? Like your commute space? And also, like, what's an unreasonable commute? Because that's kind of where I had to start, like, applying that, where I'm just like, okay, well, am I supposed to walk 4 miles a day? Like, I know that in a perfect world, oh, it's great for your health, whatever. Do you watch Sam Cedar to laugh at him? I mean, no, he's actually one of the most consistent broadcasters in any of the political spaces. For running a left-leaning network, he's actually, like, pretty, he's not centrist, but he's definitely what people consider like more boomer. And I was thinking about this. What's your guys' takes on why, the people like, I gotta find this phone call because that's what I was originally looking for. Somebody had brought up like Jamie and debating in what was it? An anarcho-communist. That's what it was. In ANCOM, not ANCAP, ANCOM. I got it backwards. And he made just a really good, like, solid point about why, number one, he's not interested in doing that, and also why he doesn't necessarily need to. Because it's kind of like me, where it's like, oh, I actually, like, I agree with you guys. I'm all about planning and practicality and what I can see in my lifetime, and planting the seeds, because I understand that you have to plant seeds to see the plants grow. But also, I understand that you're not going to see, you're not going to plant that seed and see a flower tomorrow. So, I'm going to just find this fucking call.
His ancestors should have to make him.
Progressive Blob, Imperial Dance Bureau. To be clear, we have what's on your mind?
Here we go.
Hey, so anyway, I just wanted your opinion. I know you guys have been talking a lot about Chuck Schumer and his book tour instead of talking about medication.
This is what happens when I don't watch. I don't know the timestamp on when this fucking phone call happened. It would be slowly changing the infrastructure to incorporate more pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods, businesses, opportunities. So taking away strip malls for actual places to gather rather than shop. What do you mean gather? See, no, hold on. This is where I remember getting into an argument about this with somebody else. So wait a minute. Okay. So are we talking more, because we have parks, and I'm telling you right now, based on where I live, like, okay, I'll say this much. For where I live, I actually have a pretty good mixed space. As far as, like, I have the ability to go to bars if I want to, restaurants, like, and I know what you're saying here, but I also have the ability to go to a park, to hit bike trails that have multiple, like, little picnic areas or whatever the hell. When I hear community spaces, I don't see them utilized enough to actually, like, get this thing where it's like, okay, we need to knock down other places that people do gather. Because when I hear strip malls, that's where a lot of, like, the fucking like restaurants and things where people go gather. And, like, we have an area here, it's like a little pizza store where they do, like, little pizza by the slice things, and that's where, like, the high school kids, and, like, that's where they all hang out. There's, like, a little Dairy Queen there too. But I don't know, man. Because when I hear that, oh wait, imagine strip malls as something different with more mixed space. I don't know what you mean by mixed space. Okay, I'm getting frustrated because I hear mixed space, but I never hear it, like, explained in a way that makes me make it make sense. What do you mean by mixed space? Because again, I live I'll just explain the park that I have. We use it as a mixed space. It has a basketball court. It has a skate park. It has a like a walking track around it. It has statues. Like, it has actually like it's one of the best places to ever play Pokemon Go. I will say that much. When Pokemon Go was like a thing, it was the best place to go. I'll say that much. But it also has, like, the chessboards, like the stone chessboards, like, that never get used. Like, you'll maybe see, like, maybe occasionally somebody sitting there, but that's where I don't know, man. Like, because you say you're introverted, and you kind of would understand this then, like, where you want this, but would you actually use it? Would you utilize it? And I don't know, man. And I don't see strip malls being the problem. I really don't. I don't, like, I see outdated mall spaces like that weren't being utilized. Like, okay, we actually just had a it hit the national news where in the town I grew up in, which is a little like suburban town in Illinois, they had a mall there that just got torn down, and they're finally, like, the city is doing exactly what you're saying. They're turning it into like a mixed space. But part of the problem was they originally were going to make like a community bar space / entertainment district that it's never going to see the light of day because nobody would ever like use it. You know, becoming like a little mini city, if you will. Whereas people would still just, because the problem is they would be trying to create a new downtown when there's already a downtown. You know what I mean? Like, there's already a historical downtown there, so it's just like it's a redundant place. Comic book stores are definitely one of the best spaces for a mixed space. But based on her logic, no store. It wouldn't be able to be a store. Super off topic, but Final Fantasy MTG comes out Friday. Ew. Oh, shit! It comes out Friday? Oh, no. Ah, crap. Well, that's just peachy. Well, good thing I have it pre-ordered. Well, oh, wait a minute. I was about to say. No, it comes out on the 14th here. I thought I had a week. That's why I was like, wait a minute. No. Just because your area is is good with mixed space, but that's everywhere. My area is urban niche, but it is nowhere near as robust as your area. Okay. For you, it might. Yeah. No, it's later. Genghis. If you're in Australia, yeah, no, it's the 14th. It has to be. $13th. Yeah, no, I was right. Well, I was not right. I said the 14th, but that's close. I was like, well, if that's the case, then I guess I'm not getting it. You can make the bones, but you have to give it your soul. Otherwise, it's just a revamped mall. Yeah. Oh, you get it early? Yeah, you get it early, dick. I'm actually kind of pissed about this right now. Yeah, you totally get it early. Yeah, man, I'm excited for this. Yeah, I kind of, full disclosure, I might be just going for that. Like, if the system is good enough, I might just play that for a year. I never said no stores. Oh. Well, didn't you say, maybe I misread what you said. But yeah, comic book stores are going on. The problem is, guys, in this modern fucking economy, third spaces are not viable because having a small business doesn't make fucking sense. Because these tariffs are going to kill you. The rent is going to kill. Like, there's no point. There's no incentive. There's no incentive to build these third spaces when they're just going to be empty spaces. Be jelly. I am jelly. And sorry for ranting so hard about this one, guys, but honest to God, like, I think somebody said this earlier, and I swear this was in this fucking phone call. I gotta find this. And yes, I am actually very upset about the comic store one because, yeah, my comic store's fucking closing. A 30-year-old store is closing. You think opening a new one's fucking viable right now? I don't think so. Comic stores are far and too far here. I miss the old comic days where, yeah, dude. Me too. I would use Spaces if they were here, but yeah, capitalism is ruining human interaction, shopping, and everything else. I grew up in the 90s, and it was still the same thing. Like, Bloodstone, I'm pretty sure that you're not that much, like, that far off from my age. Like, did you not go to a mall just to hang out? Like... And I also think that you're not necessarily correct in that. I think I covered this too. No, people are the fucking problem. People don't want to go out. People don't want to interact. People want to see everything else as the problem. They don't ever want to self-reflect on the fact that maybe, just maybe, they got to put some fucking effort in. And maybe, just maybe, they have to go outside of themselves to go and hang out with people, to create these communities. As much as I'm very happy with my online community, and I love you guys, like, I would love to be able to do this in, like, say, a town square. Don't be mad, your hair is too perfect. Oh, thank you. It's far from perfect, by the way. I need a haircut, dude. My split end, like, dude, look at this. They're starting to get a life of their own. And the comic market is up and down. It's not up and down, dude. It's not the way that you're saying. No, people are like, collectors are getting out of slabbing books because they've realized that it was a bubble that was bound to burst. I'm surprised it took this long. Overvaluing of variants, overprinting variants, and overprinting just any book right now is a problem again. Because you have too much stock that's just not selling. Outside of like the hottest books. What towns have town squares anymore? Those might be nice to bring back. Again, like, town squares, you have to have smaller towns. Like, but you can't have smaller towns by just by taking away cars and drivable cities in that regard. Like, I just don't understand. I think that what I'm honestly getting frustrated on is, Bloodstone, you have good ideas, but what I see is like, and tell me if I'm wrong, your idea, and it's not the mega city thing, but it's like, in your perfect world, we'd be able to take what is already existing in America right now and do like the Barcelona thing where we just build like essentially squares. Like, each town is a square and you build smaller squares within them. So no matter what, you're always within a little bit of a walkable and like easy to travel community. Am I wrong in that? But also, I'm also, like, I don't understand what you're talking about, like, this third space. Like, what's this magic third space you're talking about? What is it? I have a park district. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I'm actually genuinely confused right now. No one is suggesting removing existing infrastructure, just spitballing for a nicer future. No. I understand. This is why I'm getting frustrated, and I'm passionate about this. I think that... Don't mistake my passion here for, like, getting angry at you. I know that can happen. I can get a little intense sometimes, and people are just like, why are you fighting me on this? I'm like, not really, if you're listening to the substance of what I'm saying. I never said open anything now. Definitely not the right climate for that. I do go to malls to hang out. The problem is the world is in disarray, and we don't want to interact with it anymore, or people. Then get rid of phones. Stop having your little anxiety computer. Like, that's all it is. You know what I do when I feel awkward? This. You know, like, fuck. The fuck? Did my phone really just do that? Hold on. Local library and hire out a small space. My community buildings can be like a third space. Local libraries. San Diego is geographically designed. Every plateau and valley has its own downtown. That's actually pretty cool. That's a little bit how it is here. Because, like, in Chicago, you have, like, smaller, like, you've heard of, like, China, like, we have our own Chinatown, we got our own Bucktown, we have smaller communities that are made up of, neighborhoods. And then, like, the farther you go, it does kind of, like, do that thing that I just realized that what I was describing is not too far out from the way that they planned Chicago, because like the way that we did it was we built back from the river, from the lake. Harris Faulkner is what? Oh, her. Yeah, I was like, who's Harris Faulkner? Like, I don't care. I don't care about Fox News personalities. I don't care about any of that bullshit right now. It's actually kind of fun. One thing that I'm glad is that Pondering Politics has kind of like left my algorithm, and I just do not give a shit about what the Five is saying, or what Jessica Tarlov had to, her centrist takedown of whatever, because she's the arbiter of everything that's left, apparently. Not the Barcelona thing. Everything will be decided by what people need in those areas. Everything is different. It's thinking about people. The thing is, I can't answer this. I can't answer what, like, the communities need different shit. Like, I can already tell you, like, I'm just effing around. How you doing? Oh, no, it's all right. I'm doing fine. I'm using my my pent up energy and like my pent up like anger at not being able to agree on like solving issues by trying to solve an issue, and I think that's all I'm doing here. Like realistically, because as I said, we already agree on this. I do think that it's just a matter of, number one, the electric car thing was a good idea, and getting more solar and wind infrastructure was a good idea. We forgot that. But then we did the speed run with the AI and all this bullshit and let the tech oligarchs like just run rampant with it. Like the good old days of Elon when he was pretending to at least care about the fucking environment. Nobody asked you to answer anything either. What city planning councils are you on to go in actions? No, this is actually, I was already talking about this, Miss Alice. Like I'm now at this point of joining my city council because apparently they are looking for new blood. And I looked into my specific city council where I was just like, they are looking for new blood. So I just tuned in. I'm not in surely what we were chatting about. Oh, we're chatting about city planning and infrastructure, and what we can do to build like third spaces. Because like, again, in this perfect world, everything is a library and everything is, we have these markets where apparently like everybody like high fives and just, you get a head of lettuce for a high five. I'm literally being such a dick right now. I'm sorry. California has EV charging stations everywhere. Well, yeah. But again, like this is the thing. I was already like kind of leaning towards doing an electric vehicle and getting behind that, but now, fuck, I don't even fucking know, man. Because like the batteries, they're saying that these things are fucking horrible for the environment. Everything's fucking horrible for the environment. Like if we had a hypothetical lefty guild hall, their $5 monthly membership gives them the access. The inside activities, aka pool tables, TV. What is this idea of teenage fucking community centers? Dude, no. We have a hard time even getting our teenagers to use these things. I talked about this with when we were having the problems with the the teenage, not the teenage takeovers. What the fuck? Yeah, teenage takeovers. I forgot what the fuck they were calling them, like in our media. But there was a problem there, because the thing is, most of these kids look at them, they're just like, what? Also, pool, like, dude, we had an awesome pool hall here growing up. That went the way of the dinosaur. Like, all of these other things, like... God, I'm honestly hearing, like, now, like, if I could go back to when I was, like, in my 20s, this is kind of like what the problem was, where it's just like, what do you want to go do? Oh, fucking no. Like, want to go play pool? I guess. Oh, it's kind of lame. Oh. No, you know what's kind of funny? You want to get mad at, like, the people in my life? My friends got into golf. You want to talk about the biggest fucking waste of space and livable space? Golf courses. No, and honestly, I do get, like, I get passionately a little bit upset again when it's like, all right, man. Like, I just don't know, like, if I was... I always come at this from the leftist perspective of a marketing director. If I was the marketing director of this exact, transportation, I'd be like, okay, so how am I, like, what am I selling on people? And then it's literally, we need a place to play some pool and, you know, come together and do things. It's like, you mean like the park district? Well, I mean, look. Pep, you have to remember that a lot of places don't have these, though. You may have to have a problem keeping people there, but other places don't even have these spaces. Because some of them don't require it, right? Like, again, like, how big of a population do you say needs a like, for instance, a walkable community center when, like, dude, Clarksville, Tennessee is a good example of this. Building a community center in Clarksville, Tennessee would do nothing. Because everybody in Clarksville, their nearest neighbor is 17 fucking miles away. Every time the subject comes up, it sounds like your perspective is do nothing. No, it's improve. It's improve the already investing infrastructure that we have. Like, for instance, my idea is I can speak for what I want personally. I would love the blue line to finally be fixed where, like, literal cinder is not falling off of the, like, every single overpass. That'd be nice, you know, actually utilizing the CTA that it's meant to be. But like I said, it's been so unreliable lately that it's almost like you can't. Like, if you need to be somewhere at a certain time, that's just not viable unless you're getting there a fucking hour early, which is also unreasonable. Anyway, biking now, can't speak. Nice. I love bikes. I know that's not your perspective, but that's what it usually sounds like. That's fine. No, we have stuff like bike trails and stuff to do. I just want to know, like, from your perspectives, like, for instance, Miss Alice and Bloodstone, because I think that Miss Alice, you had mentioned libraries, right? And then Bloodstone, you had also mentioned libraries, but, like, for instance, what's your perfect third space? Like, what's your personal perfect third space that you would go visit almost daily? And, like, because I have this, like, and I took advantage. Like, I took it for granted. I should have gone to the comic shop more. Like, I should have made it, like, I should have gone 2 days in a week to just hang out, see the people, to interact, but the local librarian hire out a small space. That's kind of what they do. I know my library does that. Like, they have rentable spaces. Like, they literally, like, host birthday parties and shit like that. Never having one? I don't know. okay, so Miss Alice, then, what's your idea of what a third space is? Because, like, you know, when you watch the show Cheers, that was that's the third space. That's it. You have a little community where everybody knows your name. The key is finding a third space that matches your interests. Yeah. Yeah, and I just lost mine. I don't know, we just opened a new dart bar. Like, the problem with that, this is the thing. When you start, like, when you do live in a city, and I'll speak for me, all right? Because you did bring up something here. Okay, yeah, I'm speaking for me a lot, and I do have a problem maybe getting out of my perspective with this, because it's like, I take a lot of the shit that I have around me for granted. I don't go do, like, half of the shit that is offered to me. You know? Like, I got a bowling alley, like, fucking close to me. We got pickleball. We got all this bullshit. I don't do any of it. Campground clubhouses are cool. Jukebox. Table. See, Allie, like, what you're describing to me is a teenage community center, like something that I used to go to, like, where it's like to keep the teenagers from being, you know, ruffians. But, or you're also explaining, like, my mom's bingo hall. Like, she had that. Like, and the thing is, she had this in a small ass community of like 7,000 people. You know, that's also, you know what? I actually just kind of realized this. I think part of the problem is actually people not seeking out third spaces. Like Miss Alice, right there. You just kind of said it. You don't, like, I'm sure, like, you, wait a minute. You just said you live in San Diego. You live in a place that has third spaces that you could go to. Like, are you just not seeking them out? But as the Beach Boys pointed out, not everybody has an ocean. Yeah, I don't. I don't have an ocean. I have a lake that is freaking dangerous. And not everybody has remnant parks of the World's Fair. That is cool. Oh, dude, yeah. You get to go to, like, you get to see Men in Black. Water. Sugar water. You used to. Okay. I'm not trying to be combative with you. I'm actually, like, really genuinely curious about, like, where you used to go, and then, like, I can't ride a bus for 4 hours both ways, thanks. Yeah, well, okay, I understand that. But that's also that is kind of bringing up my whole point about the public transit part. I'm like, okay. Because the other solution to that is build a city in your community, like, make your community a city, which is that viable? I remind everybody here that I'm the ultimate layman in this. I don't claim to be an expert. I'm not necessarily trying personally to solve this, but it is a community discussion that if we can, by, like, literally exchanging ideas, come to a broader, like, a better, broader idea, then yeah. Anna, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Pet party. The Reuben H. Fleet Space Theater, the planetarium. We already, yeah, but that's okay. So, like, we have that. We have the museums and we have all that stuff. As a Chicagoan, I have only utilized that either when family comes to town or when I'm, like, having a existential crisis that I need to just fucking go walk around. What are we talking about? We're talking about livable spaces and how in some communities, and I think that through this discussion, we are coming to terms with the fact that it's not viable everywhere. So, like you just said, you can't ride the bus for 4 hours to get to the community center or, like, to the place that you want to go. Then go. I don't want to. I don't give a fuck. Allie, this is where I'm going to argue back. Like, I'm matching energy here because I don't think you get it. I'm not arguing for a third space for me. This isn't what it's about. What I'm saying is, like, You're like, because in your argument, you're already sounding like you don't have that, but you just listed off the planetarium, all these other fucking spaces where it's like, okay, then go. Like, for you to tell me to then go, the fuck? I'm not the one saying this is where I'm arguing for. I lived there everywhere weekend for years. Wait, what? Whoa. I've been going to the library more often and use their services. I try to seek out places, but a lot is in NYC and I don't have the cash for it. Maybe for an everyday thing. How much is actually, I do not know this, and how much is the subway pass? Like, how does that work too? Can you guys, so like for us, we can get like a card and then we can just kind of, add money as we go. We use the library for a lot of our stuff. Nice. The park, go. It's not a big deal. I go to my park. I don't have kids. What am I going to do at the park? I don't really like playing basketball. So what am I doing at the park? Am I just staring? Am I just going to go? Did I not just say that I'm not arguing for a third space for myself and that I'm actually like, what the fuck? Do you just want to argue with me today? Like, seriously. Like, I actually just had to like step back for a minute. Allie, you do this sometimes. Yeah, we have a Go card to catch the bus and train. It's 50 cents. Genghis, what? Oh wait, you're from Australia. Sorry, dude, I mixed you guys up. I'm like, in New York? I'm like, no. I'm like, damn, that's damn near free. LOL, I don't know. Okay. I would use the museums more often if it was more affordable, not an everyday thing. No, exactly. We charge a lot for our museums. And like we have community days, which good luck. Have fun. You know what you get? A lot of crying kids. It's not exactly like the best environment to go and enjoy the, take in the museums, especially when you got people bumping into you and just being assholes, treating it like it's a fucking amusement park. Affordable public transit is a myth. No, it's not. The CTA. Are you fucking kidding me? I wasn't trying to be the CTA is affordable. Trust me, if it wasn't, then we wouldn't have the jokes about the, it kind of smells like piss. Museums are free, but the special events and science areas cost. We have a situation like that. Like, we have the Field Museum where, like, they have free exhibits, but the problem is they do want, to have you do an admission thing. Otherwise, we do have a vagrancy problem. I will say that much. And yes, and when I say vagrancy problem, I'm not trying to be like, oh, anti-homeless. It's like, no, it's just we need to focus on building some new homes for those homeless people, so they're not trying to, crash out in a train car in the middle of the Science and Industry Museum. Affordable public transit can exist, and trust your public transit is less expensive than owning a car. Ish. It's not necessarily about that. It's about, can you get it? Like, can you get there? So, for instance, like Unimoogle cannot take a bus to her fucking job. That's just a fact. There isn't a bus route. Like, she'd have to, not owning a car for her, she'd have to Uber every fucking day. Like, come on. And that's where I say it, where it's like, no, it's impractical in every case. And also, Anna, I did actually, before you popped in here, Ruben had to admit that this works for you and your ilk because you are Sunbelters. If you make everything bikeable, it doesn't work for, my area where it gets, we literally had a day this winter that was negative 25. I don't want to hear that shit. It works for Sunbelts. It works for people that live in warm communities all the fucking time. Bikes are cool here, but yeah, not your neck of the woods. Exactly. I get to ride a bike for about maybe 8 months out of a year. But those other, I can tell you right now, I'm not riding a fucking bike in the middle of December in Chicago. No, thank you. And also, like I was just saying, actually, I think that a lot of you guys might not understand how bikeable Chicago is. You choose to live there. Are you being forced? No. Well, ish, actually. My wife's career, you know, the one that we chose to focus on, yeah. That is here. You need a cop? What? Wait, what? A car. I said a car. Damn, Allie, you're being kind of an asshole today. So, it's inconvenient. What, being cold? It's about safety in that regard. $150 a month, and that's just for one type of bus pass. My normal bus pass is $150 a month. Damn, yeah, you add that up. Actually, maybe getting a car ain't that bad. Because let's see. 100. I don't know, about damn near $1,300. Allie, that's not true. Chill. Whatever. This guy doesn't like women. Allie, I don't know what's going on with you, but were you concerned trolling me before? You know, like, honestly, man, we've already been through this, and I'm not going to spend as much time on it this time, but seriously. Whatever. This is the kind of stuff that I have gone over this, man. I don't need this. Especially when it's like, oh my god, I'm speaking about, like, because you guys were kind of getting, like, we all did this, by the way. We're all guilty of this one. We're all guilty of thinking of our general vicinity and our lived experience, because God, fuck us for having different lived experiences, right? But that's where I'm saying, like, if I pay $10 and that gets me all the way from the Sunshine Coast to Brisbane. Jesus, dude. Wow. I know that's quite impressive. $10? Damn. No, and this is where you guys missed it. Like, I don't understand how the hell, like, you guys tried to, like, conflate that I am so, well, not you guys. At this point, it really has just become, you know, a fight about nothing. 10 Aussie bucks, which is like $7. Jeez. Because, like, when me and Bloodstone were talking about it, I actually kind of, like, figured out, I'm like, oh, okay, like, in Newark, it is probably a little bit harder to get around. And it sounds like you don't have as many, just, like, overt community spaces. Like, out of everything in this conversation, I have figured out that I'm like, oh, yeah, you know what? I do have a lot of spaces that I could go utilize. Cool. Thank you for that. But also, Bloodstone, I think that we also came to terms where it's just like, or maybe I misread this, but I'll speak for me. Sometimes you just don't want to be around people. You know? America needs to get on to cheap local transport. No. Yeah, like yeah, dude, that's insane for bus fare. How do they justify that? $150 for a monthly bus pass? That's insane. Because again, like, I know that, like, well, okay, I can speak for the way that we used to do it, where it's like It would be kind of per mile, you know, or like how long you were on the line. Kind of like how long you would ride the line. It was almost like a cab fare, but it was all set, you know. $150 is nuts. No, that's unreasonable. Is that to get through, like, does that include New York City, like, proper? Or, like, how does that work? That's why I enjoy hiking, solitude, serenity, and nature. Yeah. And, you know, I'm lucky enough I live somewhere where I also have the opportunity to go experience nature. Like, I can get away from, like, the cityscape if I need to. Like, almost immediately. All I have to do is take a very small walk or bike ride, and there I am. I got a very nice little park space. So, but, yeah, Ali, this guy doesn't like women. Like, dude. Wait a minute. I don't know how I missed that. What? What are you even arguing? What are you on? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, we're sitting here arguing, like, and it's not even an argument. My God, we're debating some, like, this is a silly debate amongst the community. Like, is this what people do with online spaces? Like, that's some toxic ass bullshit right there. I don't know how to that even factors into this convo. I'm not sure what's even being debated. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We all kind of agreed on it. No, it started with me and Bloodstone having a minor disagreement about, like, how much to commit to, you know, building walkable cities and making everything, you know, more accessible, where I was just like, that we should. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't. We should expand on already existing programs. We should expand on getting high-speed rail. We should, like, that's definitely something that needs to happen. But she was at one point she said something that made it sound like almost idealistic. Like there was this idealistic time where right before like the automobile took off, that we had all of these like accessible ways by rail that like made it so it was so much easier, where I'm like, but also, I don't know, like, I was just also making the point of good luck taking the vroom vrooms when we can't even get rid of the pew pews. I would go to an arcade or a computer lounge if they were here, but again, it's about making it profitable, though. It has to be. The thing is, it has to be. See, this is my point. This is my point. We want to live in a communist society where we don't have to worry about the owner of the fucking arcade making enough to keep that arcade going. I understand this, and in a utopian society, fucking great. It's not what we live in. So I want to build that area where he could make that money still, where we could afford it. Like then, now we're getting to a broader, like we need to make more. We need to actually like subsidize places like this. We need to have rental subsidies for people like that are trying to provide community spaces like this, or like you could, oh, actually there we can. I think I came across the first substantive move here is you start subsidizing these businesses, these smaller businesses that have these problems as community spaces, and you give them fucking tax breaks for it. Boom. That would help. San Fernando was known for its public transit. Yeah. There was a time you could get from NYC to Wisconsin just using interconnected trolleys. Is that true? I don't think so. Well, I mean, trolley. I mean, are we talking specifically just trains? You do understand what a trolley is, right? It's an electric. A trolley rides an electric cable. That's not true. I'm just saying that's not true. It was they had trains that crossed, you know, that's why it was such a big deal when they met in the middle, which I still find it like one of my favorite history jokes was like where it's like they get to the middle of the worst planning ever. The effect cars have had on transit in the US has been devastating. It's not just I'm done with this. I'm done with this argument that it's just the US. The entire world has adopted the fucking car. Stop. Where you take the train to the next city. Again. That's if this all worked. Like, listen, in a perfect world, like I was saying, we essentially just make every fucking road like a trolley thing, or a small train where we just have small trains all day going everywhere. But it's so unrealistic. So I'm trying to work within what we can already tackle here. See, this is where, yeah. I'm just weighing we should build that kind of No, we should. And I'm not arguing against that. But the problem is when you have schmucks like Elon Musk using it as their, like, you know, as their shit. I don't know. It's nice to be able to conceptualize moving away from the profit over all else models. Exactly. But that's where, like, conceptualizing it actually means conceptualizing it on a small scale where we can work within the confines of what we already have. And by the way, 420. I understand that, Anna, but you know where I stand on that. I'm not sure if you heard Sam earlier today, but he really did, like, describe exactly how I feel about it, where it's like, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the need, I don't disagree with the outcome. What I disagree with is the timetables and just what you need to do to get there. Because again, what I equated it to was somebody having a concept for an idea, right? But then they don't like the idea of building it, like actually like doing the work to get to it. They just want it. You know what I mean? You're not all the way yet, I know. It's not about being all the way. No, I don't want to be utopian. Like, I don't want to always be chasing something that, or not chasing something. Like, let's put it this way. I don't want to be the guy, or I said this earlier. I want to be able to plant seeds with the idea that the tree might be there after I'm gone. You know what I mean? Okay, so it was Wisconsin to the Great Lakes part of New York that it was streetcars. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm just advocating for taking the first steps. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I understand that. I agree. Yeah. But I'll see the first steps. I think we will. I mean, honestly, this is kind of where, like, unpopular opinion, you already have. Like, this is kind of what happens with the whole dog that catches the car scenario. For instance, in my lifetime, I never thought I'd see legalized marijuana in any regard, whether it be statewide or any of it. So when it became, you know, not just medical, but then legal in fucking Colorado, I was like, oh shit, like, damn. And then it was also the same thing with gay marriage, where I was just like, oh shit. Again, I'm going to harp on this one because it is still one of my favorite political moments ever, that you just, for everything you hate Joe Biden about, just, you have to give Joe Biden credit for the gay marriage, because he did it in the funniest way, where he did it as an oopsie. He literally did it during not even a debate. It was during an interview where he's just like, what do you mean? Brock loves him some gays. It's just like, what the fuck, Joe? I miss Uncle Joe. That was a funny part. Like, that was honestly one of the funniest times in politics, outside of, you know, if you could get over the whole, you know, genocide with Genocide George. Everybody forgot about Genocide George. Cars literally turn places from walkable to unwalkable. It's a legit part of history. Oh. No, George. Genocide George. No. See, you guys, you did the thing, because he also supported Israel. Yeah. See, that's also part of my problem, is when people just kind of conveniently forget about, you know, the recent history that we all lived through. Like, I got condescended to the other day by somebody who was 21. I did the math and I was just like, you weren't even alive during 9/11? Get the fuck out of here. It was one of those moments where I was just like, I can't do that. I'm sorry. Ay. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, kind of in a... Sorry, Bloodstone, I just want to say I appreciate the conversation, and I hope that you are not... there's no hard feelings on this one, because it is like, yeah, I might have gotten a little heated, but... Alice, same thing with you, except like that last comment, this guy doesn't like women. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on with you, but you gotta chill. You gotta chill the fuck out. Plus, some of us need some idealism every once in a while. Okay, where am I not being like? I'm not here to squash your ideals. Like, I'm not here to squash the even utopian aspects of what you guys want. What I'm here for is, like, can you conceptualize and actually, like, bring about the change that you would like to see on a very small scale so we can start planting these seeds? Otherwise, it's just a bunch of just word salad into the ether. Yeah, I hope that was a joke. I think they're mixing up utopian and idealism. That was all Allie and she left. I figured. Again, I don't... And I'm not holding you to the standards of her either, but that's... Whatever, man. No, I understand. I obviously can't bring about anything, or I wouldn't spend so much time here. Well, I mean, even spending time here, like, see, this is the part about community. Like, we're not wasting time. Like, if you're already perceiving this as a waste of time, like, then what... Like, I don't even see it that way. I know that I see it like I view myself as just kind of like a numbnut streamer out here that, like, is just kind of discussing idiot politics from his perspective, but I'm trying to learn. Like, the thing is, you forget that, like, I know that I might be reducing myself to a fucking a number or like a statistic here, but realistically, I think I react very, very close to your average American, I guess. Like, and that's why I see this where I'm like, okay, if my baser instinct is to, like, have the, you know, reaction that an average American would have, then I want to be like, okay, so how can we get around that? I hate debate politics, makes me depressed. You're telling me it is, all I can do here is contribute. No, and you are. That's why, like, again, I'm not being condescending. I'm not one of those streamers, and if I am coming across that way, my bad. I, like, literally, my apologies. I did not mean that. I meant, what a joy, a time to join the stream. Yeah, no shit. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I don't know. Sam kind of got me in that mode today where I was thinking about it, where I'm just like, hey, this is what, you know, even Majority Report, like, because they were trying to say, like, he was trying to say something about that, where he's like, I'm just a silly online show, you know, I'm like, wait. Like, that's, I almost felt bad, where I'm like, really? Like, you don't understand what kind of influence you have. Like, you already, like, you help me learn, you help inspire me to do this kind of stuff, and then through me doing this, I hope I'm doing the same kind of thing, and through discussing these ideas with these people in this community, that we can start, like, this is the craziest part, we can probably do way more with this than we could if it was a community space, or like just in a local community space, because this is kind of like the idea of, like, shipping seeds all over the fucking place. It's not your intent, but you're very, very good at sounding exactly like someone who's very negative. Oh. Whoops. You disagree? On what? No, I can't watch any other politics streamers. They either hate me for being Israeli or they hate me for being gay. Here is special. That's true. I do have a very special space, that's for sure. No, but what do you disagree with, Anna? I know you're good at writing up things. So. Need water. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I need to go let her out. Fine. Get water upstairs. Here, you know what? There we go. This is the chillest, most accepting space for politics I've ever fucking seen. It's beautiful. Don't underestimate that. Well, according to, somebody in here, I don't like women. Or I don't respect women, so... I think these kinds of spaces, streams and podcasts, are not great spaces for organizing and taking action. They are great for mixing entertainment and information, but after the viewer is informed, keeping them online, I think, is bad for the movement. Oh, interesting. Here, I'll tackle that in a second. I gotta let my dog out. Let's go. Come on. Go check on Stan. All right, keeping them online is bad for the movement. Okay, so when you say keeping them online, are you literally talking about specifically keeping them away from going to meetings and things like that and protesting? Because I could see that. I could see that. Kind of goes back to what Miss Alice was saying, with me, where and that was a fair assessment. Alice, if I want to see this done, why aren't I doing it? It's oh. And that's where I was just you know what? No, you're right. I did actually have that thought, and I'm yeah, I should be looking into being a local politician. And I'm not sure if you heard it earlier, but I brought it back to what was said on Majority Report yesterday, where they had a caller specifically talking about how he just went to one of his local chapters and they just made him an executive of the chapter because they're just we are old. I can talk longer about it on stream for a bit before my meeting. Cool. Yeah, here. Actually, yeah, here, I can get you on while we right here. Catch me up, pretty please. Oh, okay. So, this started specifically because I was, we were me and Bloodstone were talking about, walkable cities, and I started getting a little up in arms because I was, conceptualizing this perfect idea of what a walkable city would be, and then I'm looking at my situation. I'm like, well, you're almost describing what I have, and then it did kind of turn into like, well, not everybody has that, and that, so it's like, what's the solution? And that's why I'm just like, okay, and that's why I did the poll where I'm just like, what is a better solution to this problem of lack of mass transit? And it's like high speed rail or more buses, like more accessible buses. But then it did kind of come to the, we came at this we came to this intersection where we started disagreeing more than agreeing, and that's where all of a sudden there was a little bit of drama on the channel here. But yeah, we're okay. It's all good. It's all good. Is that a good enough catch up? Probably not. It was not the most concise. But no, realistically, it's about making, for like this discussion, it's about making more livable communities with third spaces. And then it also did kind of devolve into, well, what do you classify as a third space? And then I may have misunderstood what Bloodstone was talking about as far as like having, because she said something specifically about like getting rid of like strip malls. And I was just like, that, like literally strip malls are where I go for my third space. So I'm like, no. I'm like, wait a minute, that's counterproductive. But then again, it's special for me, so. Alrighty, give me 1 second. Yo.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Here, let me turn my music down. There we go.
Mute your stream so I don't hear you echoing.
Is it echoing?
Well, no, because I was hearing you on stream and then I was hearing you.
Oh, right. Classic radio. Turn your radio down so we don't get that.
Don't, like, I gotta listen to MR not on the TV or on like my computer. I gotta listen to them on the phone. When Sam says calling from a 407 area code.
Is that
and, you? I'm 5 minutes. No, well, that's my area code, but I've never called into the show. No.
I was about to say, I was just like, oh, damn, is that, because I was just about to say, I'm like, I know that they have somebody who, like, they've picked him up and he's like, oh, I was just here listening to the show. You can let me go now.
Oh, yeah. I think that's Kowalski because he listens while he's farming in his tractor because he doesn't get Wi-Fi out in the field. So he's on the cell service.
That's actually brilliant. Oh my God.
Yeah,
I actually,
Ryan,
that's, wow. I didn't think about that, but yeah, that's a great way of doing that. Because you know what?
Because the app,
yeah,
the app lets you listen to it like it's radio. It's just an app and there's a play button and it's only audio. So you don't like watch the show. So it like saves your data and all that stuff. So
I kind of did something similar with that. And I did mine by accident where driving across country in like Arizona, I would lose signal like late at night listening to Coast to Coast. So I would just call in. It was kind of the same thing where I'm just like, if he picks me up, I'll talk to him. But they never picked me up because like Coast to Coast is one of those shows where it's just like, yeah, if you don't call in it right at the beginning, you're not getting on.
Yeah.
But anyway,
as soon as they open the phone line.
So yeah, this walkable city business that we have going on here, because again, I think that this derived from a little bit of a misunderstanding between me and Bloodstone, because it also like I have to just admit where it is like I may have conceptualized it too close to what I already, have. So,
a lot of like larger cities like New York, like Chicago, already have public transit systems that are great in theory. I think, and I've never rid on any like public. I've never even been to Chicago, but I have been in New York, and I have ridden on the subway, and they do have like a single rail line here in Orlando that just goes back and forth on a it's like north to south, and that's it. And obviously the city is much bigger than that. It's very bad. But I think the surface trolley I think is actually the most efficient, both in cost and in feasibility for what, given the situation we currently have. Because you only need like one lane of traffic out of a roadway to put down some rails into the asphalt, and you run some electrical lines overhead, and all these cities are electrified anyway. We don't have, it's not the 1920s, we don't have to worry about that, so we can like very easily put like surface trolleys in. So I think in terms of like
you're unironically describing the L. So like on our highway we have we have the Dwight D. Eisenhower, which is I-90. It's I-90, Interstate 90. That runs through Chicago, right? So once you get to like this, I guess you could call it city limits. We call it California Avenue. You get what's called you have the express lane. But before that, you have the L that's literally plopped right in between, like the two lanes of the highway, like the eastbound and westbound.
Oh, okay. So I wouldn't advocate for putting this on a highway. And the reason I wouldn't say would advise against putting them on pre-existing highways is because highways are noisy, highways are dangerous for pedestrians, and this kind of connects with the third spaces question.
That's why you want it to be a trolley so they can hop on and off. I see what you're saying.
Public transit inherently helps. Like all third spaces are either some kind of publicly funded public space, like a park, like a museum, like all those things that y'all were talking about earlier, or it's a private business. That's really it. Other than that, there's not really anything else that could be conceived of as a third space. And if the public sector, like, that just needs more funding, right? And people to get back and forth, I'm sure like museum traffic would go up if like a trolley or other public transit system ran by it. But the same is also true with small businesses, and this is also where strip malls come in. You could take one stop on that trolley and have that one stop service multiple businesses.
Okay, so I have a halfway solution to this. Instead of just having a committed lane, you just have a bunch of city trolleys instead of buses, where and they're all electric.
Yes, flying man, we are, or at least I am. I don't even describe myself as a leftist. I'm just a Marxist Leninist, but I think other people here might describe themselves as leftists.
I am. I mean, sure.
But
I hate labels, but yes, I lean left. Damn it.
The thing about strip malls, the way they can be improved is that in I think it's in Barcelona, the way that they had like a centrally planned redesign of Barcelona, and if you just go look at it on Google Maps, it becomes really obvious.
I kind of talked about that because it's kind of like the way they designed it. It reminds me of the puzzle box from Hellraiser, because like it has like squares within squares within squares, but like it works for them. But I was explaining how like without just wiping out all of Chicago, you could never get that. Even though we have something very similar to that, we kind of built out from the lake.
Well,
and that's where it's like we did something kind of similar, but like as you get out to the suburbs, it is kind of like that's where you need it to be drivable, because we have more rural landscapes where having any public transit wouldn't make any sense.
It's not necessarily the shape of the buildings and the renovation of like pre-existing buildings, although that might be necessary depending on the structure in the building, right? I know, especially in Chicago, the architecture is like,
yeah, they can't touch it.
Is the character of the city.
It's literally historically protected. Like after the fires, they weren't going to fuck with anything that got rebuilt.
But the important part about Barcelona is that on all of those buildings, those square buildings, on the first floor is all small businesses. And on the second and up, or I think maybe the third floor might be reserved for like storage and stuff because of like noise issues. But like above that is all residential. So when you get to the bottom of your apartment building, there's like shops, there's small businesses, all of those third spaces are literally on the first floor of your apartment building.
It's kind of like Toronto. Toronto has like that underground, I think it's called the underground, but they have something like that where it's like they built shops essentially, because like the coolest part about Toronto, I wish Chicago would do this, we almost did it with Lower Wacker, and then we just gave up, where we could just like essentially in the winter still be like have a walkable city, like because Toronto is like the most walkable city I think in like the entire North American continent.
I've been to Toronto, but it's been a long, long time.
Oh shit!
Since,
I gotta
like,
let
before
Sally in.
2008.
Here, just give me 1 second.
Sure. Forgive me, stream. I am packing my bags and boarding the plane. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Yeah, exactly. Mixed-use property.
Your people will wait. No. Ugh. All right, sorry about that.
No worries. But yeah, on the first floor of all of those buildings is like small businesses and that kind of stuff, and everything else above it is residential. So you're able to I didn't wheeze I don't know what the YouTube chatter what their name is.
Which one? Alley?
It starts with a W. No.
Weaselord?
They're in YouTube. Weaselord, yeah.
Okay.
They called it mixed use property, which is exactly what it should be.
Mhm.
Because in order for these businesses and these third spaces and a city to thrive, you need all the services and goods and all those other things that small businesses provide in the same place as the people who need them. And putting businesses on the first floor
Hold on.
allows the city.
I want to
Sure.
stop you right there though, because the problem with that is how does that work with the current job structure that we have, where people switch their careers all the time? So like, would it be pretty much so like, for instance, you're a hairstylist, right? So would that just mean you have
Me?
an
I'm not a
entire
hairstylist.
no, not you.
Oh.
I'm just saying, so you're a hairstylist, so you have to go live on Hairstylist Row, where it's essentially they got a training school there for you, and then they have your salon that you go to, and then it's just like, because that's kind of where I'm going. Like you would always
Thank you,
have
Ryan.
to
Happy
essentially be catering to somebody's career. You know what I mean?
Not quite. I'm not exactly sure. Like, are you saying that that you couldn't have like a hairstylist school in the same
What I'm
area
saying
as
is
like
it would
all of
have
these
to
other
be
small
kind of
businesses?
catered to that in order, like, because the way that you made it sound is that you would have it so it's like it works for the people that live there, right? So for instance, in this scenario, would it be people living in this building that just own all the businesses in this building?
Oh, no. The businesses, at least for like an immediate kind of solution to make cities more walkable and more accessible, the businesses would still be privately owned by whoever owns them. They would just operate on the first floor of the building, and the building owner, the rent for the whole building would essentially get divided up amongst those small businesses on the first floor and the residents who
Oh.
live on the floors
Well, that's
above.
kind of, I got to be honest, that's kind of how it works here in Chicago. Like, that's like in Chinatown, that's kind of like how it's
But
done.
I mean, like every building in the city, at least to the point where you can make it so, is like has all these businesses on the first floor.
A walkable city
With
is just an old city. I mean, I kind of agree with you.
old cities were built as walkable because we didn't have cars back then, and the only other option was like horses or horse and buggy.
Yeah. That's
Uh,
again why technically Chicago does work the way that it does. But this is also where I was saying, like, Pittsburgh is great for being a walkable city, but having like this new, like a high-speed rail type of situation wouldn't work for like a city like Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? Because of the way that their infrastructure is like built upon, like, Pittsburgh's a weird fucking town. Like I feel
tell me
like
about
the
it, 'cause I don't know
entire
anything about
city, like the
Pittsburgh.
entire city is essentially a roundabout where you're just like, I don't know how to to even navigate here. what is wrong with this place? Sorry. But no, like, but even from Florida, like Orlando, you kind of get it. Like you were just saying, you have your, you know, you got that one subway. So like in your scenario, would it be more applicable to have like the trolley system that you were talking about, or would you focus on more like more rail?
So in southern cities, in cities where it doesn't snow, surface trolleys have been historically the preferred mode of transportation in sorry, I just smoked. In like urban areas. Like I said, San Francisco was known for it. Birmingham, Alabama had a great trolley system. My grandmother rode it to work as a shop stewardess, and she rode the same trolley with her dad on his way to the steel mines or coal mines, I guess. Because Birmingham, besides Pittsburgh, was the steel capital of the South. The service trolleys were ripped out to make way for cars.
Okay.
When cars got invented. And that's also when jaywalking laws. So there is a slight truth to what Ali was saying about cars and the history of cars and how they've been used to make cities inherently less walkable. In Florida specifically, I would probably, because we already have like designated car lanes specifically for buses downtown only. We don't have that even in like some areas of downtown. That's not a thing. But I would probably advocate for.
Do you guys not have bike lanes?
We do have bike lanes. We have bike lanes everywhere.
That's what I was about to say. We have bike lanes everywhere too. Like that's why I was kind of like, somebody said like for biking, and I'm like, you can bike this entire city. Is it necessary? Like
you can bike the entire city.
Would I? Fuck no.
No, that's actually kind of the thing, and it goes back to someone else said it. Yeah, it was Greenjoy Music. Zoning reform to increase density. So the problem with biking is that it's much slower than cars, and so the reasonable distance you can take from your home to wherever you want to go is much shorter on a bicycle than it is on a surface trolley.
Yeah, I experienced that like daily.
Yeah.
But in my case, a trolley wouldn't work for me. Like just even the way that our city is zoned, like it wouldn't work for like.
I'm sure
anything.
you're all two-way streets or like one-way streets.
Yeah, that's what I was literally just about to say. I'm like, with how many one-way streets we have, and like just there, because also like what there's Robin already said it. Like Chicago is a great example for this. We already have mixed like zoning, like baked into the way that we do everything. It's when you get out like closer to the suburbs where like there's like the malls and shit. That's where you see a lot of like that locked up zoning bullshit, you know. But also at the same time, there are like practically, it would be very difficult to do what you're saying, to have like shops on one level, like everywhere you go in Chicago, because like, for instance, there are just so many residential buildings that couldn't even like have that because there's too many residency like on the bottom floors, which that would, I mean. Trust me, we already have a housing crisis here. We don't need to exacerbate that.
Because Orlando is not like a big city. It is a very, like relatively speaking, it's a medium to small city.
Yeah.
Like Jacksonville is a big city. Miami's a big city.
Jacksonville's big.
LA.
Wait a minute. Sorry. Look, my little city elitism might be showing.
Jacksonville got so big. Jacksonville got so big that it took over the government of the county in which it resides.
Really?
Duval County and the Jacksonville city government are the same thing now.
Wow.
There is no Duval County government. It's just Jacksonville. And their suburbs already spread out in like a third of the way into neighboring counties. And that's probably more like a size big than a population big.
Yeah, my grandpa lived in the Mayo Clinic community, dude. That place is nuts. Like it's unreal how big that fucking suburb is, built around a hospital.
In Florida, the problem we have is urban sprawl and suburban hellscape.
urban
it's
sprawl, but
like
also can I know I might be being a little reductive here, but it's also built on a fucking swamp. Like you guys are sinking.
well,
I
no,
mean,
not
coming
every
from
part
a
of
city
Florida
that
is
just had it
swamp.
reported that we're sinking too.
Florida is not entirely a swamp. Technically, the swamp doesn't really start until Gainesville, and then it's south. So it's like 60% swamp.
It's
So
pretty much everywhere along the I-10.
the I-10 is
Yeah.
that in Panhandle?
Just like the entire like distance of I-10 all the way down like to the tip of like the southern coast there, like it's all swamp.
Where's that? Where's the I-10?
Isn't that East Coast? Or is that no? That's the West. It's my bad. That's Fort Myers side. Yeah. No, so I'm right. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I-10.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I-10 in terms of Florida,
Yeah.
I guess it enters
Across the Panhandle. Yeah.
through Mobile, Alabama, and goes through like Pensacola, Tallahassee,
Yeah.
into Jacksonville.
Yeah.
That's
It's
why.
all swamp.
Because I've only driven over the I-10. I've never like driven on it.
Yeah. No, I just remember like I took a long trip and I was just like, how much longer is this? It's all the same.
Florida is so much bigger than you think. Like
It
to
is.
get from where
It
I
is.
am to Pensacola
Yeah.
to stay in the state, that's like a 6.5 hour drive.
Yeah. From Chicago, it takes us about 23 to 26 hours, depending. Especially if you hit that traffic in Atlanta, which I always do for some reason.
Well, that's just Atlanta.
No, Atlanta sucks. You want to talk about a city that just sucks? What did they do there?
Hey.
Like,
I love Atlanta.
listen, I'm not talking about like the actual city. Like the city's fun and there's a lot to do there. I'm talking about driving through it. Whoever designed that interstate was just profoundly stupid. No, like there is no foresight. Like at one point, there is an interstate, and I'm not bullshitting you. There is the end of the interstate is like a giant like plaza hotel type of structure, and you're like, oh, this is the end. I guess I meant to turn off. Whoops.
Are you talking about the 285?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's it. Because, like, I'm just speaking from experience. I did that, where I was just like, oh, and now I am in Atlanta proper. Oh, shit. God, that sucked. I was on a deadline, too. Anyway, no, but, like...
Oh, the John Lewis Freedom Parkway, probably.
That might have been it. Either way.
Because it dumps out right at a hotel.
That's it.
Claremont.
That's it.
Hotel
Where I
Claremont.
was like, why? No.
Hey man, at least they got free Wi-Fi according to
God, I was
Google
no.
Maps.
The thing is, there's no easy way to get back on. It sucked because I can't say too much.
No, yeah, I see why.
Yeah, there were reasons that it was like a nightmare for me. That's why I'm kind of traumatized by it. I was just like, no, I remember that one. That one made me want to cry. The drugs that are wrong when they design that are probably racial segregation. Wait, what?
But
oh,
anyway,
I see what you're saying.
I was gonna say the problem that all American cities have in terms of transit is also like it's the size of the land that surrounds you and how much is available and what the cost of that land is. And because there's so much of it, relatively speaking, the land is cheap. And so it's always cheaper to buy new land and build a one-story building than it is to
Well, hold on. Okay,
tear
so
down a pre-existing one-story building and build like a two-story building.
all right, but take the building side out of this. Like, what about rural communities? This is where I start getting a little lost, like personally. Like, what about like rural Tennessee, where I was just saying, like, this is not being hyperbolic at all, where it's like you have 7 miles between each house, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure people will still decide to live out there no matter what.
Oh, it's. I mean, I'm gonna speak for me personally. If I love where I'm at because I'm just far enough, like outside all of like the the hubbub of cityscape life and all that bullshit, and I'm also like just on the edge of suburbia, but also like I have like fields and parks, and like I have like the perfect mix of it all around me. Like I actually purposefully kind of looked for this area where I ended up, where I was like, no, if I'm gonna continue to live in this damn city, I at least need it to be like different type of scenery, because I've had it both ways, where it's just like I've lived in the country, that sucked. I lived in the middle of the city, it sucked. So I don't know. I'm just speaking from a personal experience, where it's like I like having a little space, and I don't like I don't want my neighbors to live on top of me. Like I don't want to live on top of my neighbors. I hated that shit. Hated it.
Two things. Ryan, sometimes we do have pedestrian malls, but they're considered like old-fashioned, and they typically went out of style in favor of the traditional mall that kind of we had from the 80s, which is this big enclosed building. Usually it is quote unquote anchored by two large brands.
Pedestrian malls. Does he mean like an outdoor mall, like an outlet?
No, I think he means like something we would associate closer to a farmer's market.
Oh.
But with like a covering. Or like a flea market. But where people are selling like their fresh produce, or they're
like
selling
Agrabah?
like whatever. Or like a bazaar almost style.
I'm thinking of Aladdin. Sorry.
Oh, Agrabah? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Fresh fish, get your fresh fish.
But yeah. So but what else was I gonna say? You're asking about people in rural areas.
Yeah.
I have really bad news. I think as technology gets better and we're able to actually sustainably vertically farm, there's going to be a skyscraper downtown that grows your lettuce, and the fundamental need for all of that space will stop being growing food, and it will, like, the rural life, the rural way of life will just kind of die, unfortunately.
I don't see that's where
I don't
I disagree with
I'm
seeing
I'm
that
talking
outcome.
over like hundreds of years,
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's why.
or even like even 50 to 100 years from now.
Well,
if they're able, have you played Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
Okay, you know how they like grow meat, like fake meat, and like and vertical farming with like vegetables and all that stuff. Yeah, like it's already more profitable to put solar panels on your land than to grow with it. In some cases, they're doing both in like greenhouses.
In some cases, because there are like I mean, I don't know. This is where I would like to have a Kowalski on to talk about that kind of stuff, because like I know nothing about it.
But I think I think generally over time, the rural life may end up being not sustainable anymore.
Well, it's not. I'm not even talking rural life. Like, and trust me, I
when
don't
you're
know.
talking with houses that are 7 miles apart from each other.
Well,
like,
yeah,
you are.
that. Well, no, I am talking about that one in that context. I'm just talking about even like the farther out you get into the suburbs. Like at some point, because I made this point earlier too.
Ryan, that has to be like a special event that's set up by a private business. It's not something that just kind of publicly.
But I was telling Bloodstone about this, because at what point are you giving up nature then too? And like just like, because we talk about protecting our environment, we talk about also having third spaces like parks and all this kind of stuff. Well, like the more and more we keep stacking up communities like that, like trust me, and I can say this because of where I like have lived, the more and more you do that, the more and more you push that shit out. Like we had like at one point we had a bunch of these soccer fields that they decided, they're like, you know what, this would be much more beneficial because we were having a public housing crisis. They were like, we can't do this anymore. We got to take away the soccer fields. So like we had to give up a third space to have this housing, which I'll admit, yeah, this is where the capitalistic side sucks, because yeah, it's a bunch of fucking luxury condos.
Well, yeah, and that's like who gets to make that decision and how that decision gets made is where the politics comes into it.
Oh, trust me. I mean, well, Chicago city politics is like, if you think our nation's politics are bad, you could spend 10 years studying up on our politics and still come to the same conclusion that you would have the first day is just, this shit's fucking whack. Especially in Chicago. Like, it's, I mean, you know that's why they call us the Windy City, right? It ain't because of the wind.
Yeah. Oh, is it because people fart all the time?
No, it's honestly because of our politics. Was it blowing hot air or whatever? Like it came from that, like this whole idea that our financial market was where you go to get lied to, and it was that why it was called the Windy City. Yeah, weird, right? And then it just so happens that we do have some pretty strong winds that emanate from the lake. So. Also, did you know that we are, the word Chicago is a Algonquin Indian word, and it means smelly onion. So, love where I live. Oh, you there?
Sorry, I told you I was getting water.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear you. Did you at least hear my little factoid?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Smelly onion.
The smelly onion on the giant turtle. Or Turtle Island.
Turtle Island, yeah.
Yeah, Turtle Island. Came from the Chicago
Yeah.
fire?
We have, like, Tallahassee is also like it's a Creek word. So as, I think Pensacola is as well.
Yeah, I mean, all over Illinois, we have tons of, still native towns, all through Wisconsin. Actually, Sauk City is really, really cool if you ever get the chance to just go. They got like really nice like lakes. They got the, oh my God, Devil's Head. It's like a nice little like mountainous region. Well, mountainous for the, Midwest. That's pretty cool.
Mountains for the Midwest. So that's like a molehill.
It's
right?
hills. I mean, no, they're big. I mean, they got like
like it's real flat out there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, our sea level is if we're going by sea level, it doesn't seem like much, but when you see them, you're like, oh, that's pretty high up. Hey, it's a little thing I can pat myself on the back for where I'm like, I'm not that far from, some nature-ish. Although, actually, the more you get into Minnesota, like, they have this place called Winona that, like, you cross the Mississippi, and, like, there's this awesome, like, cliffside that you have to go, like, past, and it's really cool. It's beautiful up there.
But to get back to the question of like public transit and how I would do it, I would definitely have surface trolleys for southern cities that don't get snow, and if you do get snow, it would be subways or elevated rail like you guys have in Chicago. And then linking all of these cities together would be like fucking fast rail, like whatever the fastest, most advanced, safest rail system that's available is. So you could get in between the cities fine, but if something if something happens at high speed, you're probably going to go anyway. So I'd rather not have like that high speed in like a downtown area where it could like slam into a building and cut a building in half, because that would be terrible.
But
low speed light rail in the city.
I don't know about like.
I'm thinking on like large timescales, not just like tomorrow, but.
I mean,
we could start building rail tomorrow.
That's kind of like the whole like way that Epcot was built. Like literally, like structurally, that was the idea of Epcot.
Epcot was built for
like the city of tomorrow.
Epcot was built with a few cars in mind. They had monorail.
Yeah, the monorail was actually the original concept for the monorail was because he wanted to build the city of tomorrow. Like his idea was not just to have that little that little town that DeSantis was trying to change their tax status, but he actually wanted like a working city that like the employees and everybody was that worked for Disney was going to live in.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was more like a company town. Where
he wanted it to be a city.
Company could limit.
Like if you
or
saw the original
company
concepts,
city.
yeah, it's literally like it was Tomorrowland. It was literally the original concept for Tomorrowland.
But yeah, I would do like rail between all the cities.
I'm just trying to figure
Like
out
fast rail.
Well, I'm not a city planner, but I'm trying to figure out like at least how that would work. Just like given what I know about my city, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
because we've already got, Chicago public transit, and then we also got we got the Metro, we got Amtrak and all that. Because I was also stupidly thinking, I'm like, well, do we just, I don't know, like convert what is already used by Amtrak? But we already, like, that's where you were kind of bringing up, like, the disaster part of this. Like, we can't do that because we already have as many railway disasters as we have. Could you imagine, having one high-speed train where we still have to move all of our cars on the other shit?
I'm sure that with enough money that I think money could solve that problem. And like from a potentially socialist government, throwing money at cities to fix their public transit systems, because those public transit systems are an investment in, like, they help mediate the exchange of money and goods and services. And so they inherently help the economy, they inherently help the small businesses and big businesses in the area, because I'm sure, like, big corporations are still going to have their headquarters and stuff, and like various office buildings. But in terms of like Chicago, I don't, like I said, I don't know about y'all's public transit system, but like building more of it, I think is probably
The problem
a
is we don't
solution. And
necessarily need
additionally,
more. We need to invest in the stuff that we already have. Like our
Okay.
elevated trains are falling apart.
I'm sure for like each city is going to have its own assessment of its public transit system and what that money could be used for, and that's fine. But like,
well, that's what sucks. I live in a blue city, and like it's still absolutely fucked. Like by any
Well, yeah, 'cause
metric,
the
you would
political
think that
decision-
like we actually have enough people like with enough common sense to get us along that line, even with JB Pritzker as our governor. And like I actually have to give him some credit because he has pressured guy like the mayor to start allocating these funds, but then Brandon Johnson's just like, well, we got other things we gotta solve first. But it's like, dude, we had another piece of like literal cinder just fall off of a fucking bridge on the middle of the highway. No, fix the damn roads. Like, quit playing these games.
Well, the other side of the public transit question is walkableness, and I think there should be like, New York has done this like congestion pricing thing, and I think they don't go far enough.
Well, they walked it
I
back.
think that there are certain, yeah. Well, no, they had to. Well, they had to get
Yeah,
the
'cause of
consent of the
Trump.
federal government, and Trump revoked it. Yeah.
You're just from
but
Chicago,
they
Canada,
should be
with no
blocking
rules.
off.
It is.
They should be blocking off certain streets to car traffic, and the edge of the city. And I know that's kind of hard with New York, but like you would have various like parking garages or
that wouldn't work.
And like by each parking garage, right, there would be like a trolley.
See, you're literally describing our L train system. Like, so what you're describing, so like for us in the suburbs, we have a very specific L station. They call it the O'Hare Blue Line, where you go park your car, and most people that like commute in, that's where they go, because it's like a double commute for them. Where instead of just taking their car all the way downtown, it is still faster to take the L in. But as I said, it's falling apart, and it's not invested in enough. And then on top of it, we did just get like I think it's the red line. I forgot which one, but they extended it, and it's like, oh, it's like an entirely new line. But that's where I have a problem with it, where I'm like, but the blue line is falling apart. And that's the one everybody uses. Why are we focusing on this new one? I don't get it.
Well, with enough money, you could do both, right? You could do all of it all at the same time.
We have the money. We're not broke. Like, as a city, we are not broke.
Then you know what the answer is. It's not the money, it's the political decision making. And so
yeah.
In the end, the solution is, as always, to get organized.
Well,
people
there's organized, but then there's
nudge, nudge.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know. But at the same time, I'm also trying to. When I say get organized, and I know that we always come back down to this, but it's like, well, to be organized, then we have to start selling, other people on these ideas that use this public transit. Like for instance, I know that this is a bipartisan issue. It doesn't matter. Like, anybody that uses our public transit, we all are under the idea of, like, okay, we already pay this asinine amount of taxes. We are told that they're using this for specifically improving our transit. They are not. And that's what's caused. And like, then we vote for new people who still do the same shit. Case in point, the fact is, we got rid of Lori Lightfoot. She sucked. Brandon Johnson, he sucks too. At some point, they're going to vote for a fucking Republican in this city because of how bad these guys are doing. I don't know. Now I'm just ranting. Sorry.
I mean, not if you offer something that's better than Democrats. Like, I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there.
I know.
Maybe socialist, maybe communist. Who knows?
Well, as much as the thing is, at this point, I hate to say this, we have to get very comfortable with rebranding. You do know that,
I don't
like,
think so. No.
You absolutely have to, because communism has such a long history in the American lexicon of, no, trust me, Anna, I'm trying to be fair here, man. My own mom, this is why I'm very adamant about this. I could convince my mom to be a communist, but the second you use the C word, she just, no, I'm not. And I can't think like that. It's like, but you just agreed to every idea that you would have to in order to be one. And, well, I can't do that. Like, the Red Scare has anybody that's over the age of 50, I hate to say, like, they're already too far gone. At least I do see, like, by the time we're at that age.
That's not true. That's not true. I know at least one. Actually, no, I know at least two people who are over the age of 60. No. 4. I know 4.
Okay.
So I met some of them at like an IWW meeting I went to when I was in college.
I mean, we can do anecdotal evidence all day, but I'm talking about the broader. I'm talking about fair, like the way that like the broader people like the way that we all interact with these ideas in general, like the way that the boomers interact with the idea of Gen Z, millennials, or any, like, we do this. You know what I mean? But, like, I understand what you're saying. And no, you can change some people's ideas, but there's others that you're just absolutely never going to move. Like, we listened to this jackass on Dean Withers' show the other day that, like, he's 74 years old, and he will not leave the idea of 1970s America. Just plain and simple. Like, until he dies off, that's just how, like, he's gonna think. You know what I mean? And I hate to be so mean about it, but it's like, no, like, that generation that still thinks that way, they're eventually going to not be here. So, like, that's why I'm just like, oh, I have a little hope that we can at least pivot, leftward. But that's where also, I don't know.
I think we can.
Like, I want to spitball.
And I think we can do it on our agenda.
Well, you can do it with the agenda, but again, what's so difficult about not calling it communism? What's so difficult about calling it, like, something else? Like, even just American socialism? Or just America holding hands and loving each other? Anything else? anything else that didn't permeate for 40 plus years with a Red Scare behind it. Bro, have you seen Arya's lovely perfect take? Or are you good? Oh, sorry. You're gonna have to get a real job. You've been kicked off the island. Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? Why are people getting fucking weird today? Anyway. Is there a full moon? There must be a full moon.
I don't know. What was I saying? What were you saying? I was disagreeing.
I was literally just saying, like, call communism anything else but communism.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the reason is because it would be dishonest, and I think in a game, like when we're doing politics,
they're dishonest with their ideas. You have to kind of do that. And it's not dishonest. You're just kind of, it's marketing. It's literally marketing.
I'm not like unilaterally disarming by saying I'm refusing to be dishonest, right?
Right.
I'm engaging in an asymmetrical fashion. I am engaging where they are weakest. If they decide to be dishonest, I can make myself stand out by being honest. Right. And I think people, and like I know people have their doubts about like the good nature of people, and I get that, especially based on our personal experiences. But I don't think there's anyone who would say that they want their lives to be worse. It's only the way that they think that their lives.
No, but what you're missing there is they want other people's to be. Everybody always has.
But only
the
to
sense
the
of superiority is always going to be there.
Only because they think that will lead to their life being better.
Not necessarily.
They're only saying, "I want."
This is where I think we disagree on this specific point. I don't think that it's always material. I think that sometimes
what number
people
would you
are
put
just
on
cunts.
It? Like, what would you put on that ratio? Like, just take a guess, because I don't know.
30%. Honestly, I'm comfortable saying that 30% of people are just. You cannot break through to them. They are just assholes.
70-30 is still a majority.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that, but still, that 30%, they're pretty okay. I'll say 70% now, but that could lead to 30%. Like I have faith that we could eventually get to a point where people start playing into their better instincts. But realistically, right now we live in the greed is good, me. Social media space too, where it's all about taking care of theirs, you know?
I think with the right political message, we could still win, and I think we could win.
Right.
Like,
I think we agree, but I think that's where I'm just saying the message should also be like not reallocated, but and not even being dishonest. Again, just rebrand it. It's just a simple rebranding where it's just like, yeah, it was called communism back in the day, but technically this is about I can't think of a good term. See, well, this is the problem. I understand wanting to believe in the best of humans, but I don't know. We kind of suck. Yeah, we do. Like, that's the thing. I think that you might be a little bit more idealistic, or not idealistic, but optimistic on, like the actual like human nature thing. You know what I mean?
I'm humans do suck, but just like if you were to starve a cat and beat it for like a week and throw it in a pen and then hand it to someone, yeah, like that cat is also going to suck, like until it gets properly fed, until it gets like enough rest, until it's not like stressed all the time from having to like deal with shit you shouldn't have to deal with at work. Like I genuinely think that a lot of these a lot of social ills do come down to like the way we lead our lives and what we spend our time doing, and we mainly do it working, serving someone else instead of like advancing ourselves as people. So like no wonder we have a bunch of shitty people walking around, because no one's really had time to advance themselves as a person. They've been advancing themselves as like a unit in the economy, as an individual worker, acquiring certain skills instead of like forming relationships with other people and like learning about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that there are some people who have socialized so little that they don't even know that they need therapy, because they haven't seen like what a healthy person or
Well,
like a more
right. I
healthy
mean, this kind of
person's.
plays into like the whole like people can be super anti-trans until they actually meet a trans person and humanize them and immediately
Exactly.
go, oh, maybe, just maybe I was wrong. But this is also where I'm saying to that end, no, there are just some people that just want you dead.
I
And they
mean,
don't care,
yeah,
and they wouldn't
and
care, and they
those
wouldn't
people,
they
yeah,
wouldn't change. But here's the nice part: those
I'm
people
sure.
do, like the ones that would change their minds, immediately would see how beneficial it was that they changed their minds, not to turn out like that asshole.
And for everyone else who wants me dead, there is the Second Amendment. I'm just gonna say.
I mean, exactly, but that's where I don't know, man. Like I'm all about trying to, find a common ground on marketing, and I know I hate that word too, but like that's all this is. That's if there's one thing I've learned about the Trump administration and the advent of Trump is that marketing in politics works, and it works scary good. And that's why the Democrats suck so bad, is because they're bad at it. They're bad at marketing. They're bad at selling themselves to the general public. This is why AOC is good. Not only is she yes, let's say it. She is nice to look at, but she's nice to listen to. She has a substantive message, and you do feel like you could get behind her message, and you feel like you look at other people, you're like, oh, okay. Like and that's like the start of what I would say is like the counter movement. And like what bothers me is I see a lot of other people just fighting against that already, where they're just like, no, like you gotta I just dealt with this on Facebook the other day where I had posted something about AOC, and immediately, a pro-Kamala person I know was immediately just like, oh, so you're just giving up on Kamala? And it turned into a stupid argument about that. Which, yeah, I am. I never wanted her in the first fucking place. Oh, it was cringe. Actually, I remember exactly what it was. It was a cringe AI video of her like dancing to like a gay pride thing, and I was just like, ew. Like, ew. And then I posted a video of just AOC on her couch just saying Happy Pride Month. I was like, this is how you do that. And immediately it turned into a whatever. But I don't know. I think we agree. Like, or do we agree to disagree? I don't know. Like, I just don't see why it's that. Like, why are you like? Can I just ask, and not like maybe I will come off a little bit like condescending, but
Sure.
why are you holding on to the word communism so hard? Like, why not just change? Like, the Republican and the right wing and Trump, that's the first thing they would do. Like, look at the way the big beautiful bill. It's a tax increase, but they call it a big beautiful bill, and it's stuck.
Why do I hang on to the word communism? I mean, I felt like I said it earlier. Like there's an element to it that is definitely like being honest about what I believe. I'm not gonna like.
But I don't think it's being dishonest if you rebrand it. I think because I think the only I may be what you're misunderstanding here is that with everybody like who is older, even me, like I'm from the 80s, and like I was like at the tail end of the Red Scare. So it's just so much easier if you just go, yeah, you know what? It's got the ideas of communism with, no Russia. Like you just take the Russia out or rebrand it as, MAGA communism. Or wait, they tried that, didn't they? Wait a minute, did they try that?
It's funny you say that. Because they did try that.
Jackson Hinkle, I remember. Never mind. Hold on.
Yeah, that was Jackson Hinkle.
Yeah.
They did try the MAGA communism,
idiots.
and then they turned into the ACP, which is the American Communist Party, if I remember correctly.
Europe, you MAGA? No, I'm not MAGA.
But yeah, and there is like a fundamental difference between something that whatever they believe and what I believe. They're very quick to also disregard any other minority issues, whether they be LGBT, people of color, indigenous rights, anything. Those are the people who are what we might call class reductionists. They actually, instead of having this intersectional sort of analysis of the situation, and seeing everyone in this kind of like matrix of class and race and gender dynamics that we've kind of constructed socially, or socially constructed, I guess would be the correct way to say that. But
Robin actually kind of just said it in the way that I'm thinking about it, though. Somehow, if you say you're a communist, it seems like you're a rebelling teenager, and it's easily dismissed.
I think so. My parents, like I'm almost 32, and my parents still think that, and I don't think there's anything that I can do or say to change their mind. I don't. We're kind of hitting a wall, so to speak. There's two walls. The first wall is the baby boomers, and because that attitude is prevalent in a lot of them. Not just the opinion of communism itself, but the sort of pseudo-authoritarian attitude that because they're older, their opinion can't be questioned on the issue. And that's the first wall. So when those people begin to pass away, their percentage of the voting population will decrease, and that's already happening. We're already like well into that process.
Yeah, I was kind of saying something similar.
And the other wall is climate change, and like when it becomes pretty much world ending, and there's like a time frame that we kind of have between then and now, or then and further then. So
yeah, but like I don't see how that pertains to us like changing the just brand of just taking again the word communism and just call it, you know, commune building. There you go. Or structural togetherness.
I mean, the only party in the United States that calls itself the Communist Party is ACP.
No, I know.
And CPUSA.
No, I know, but we fall into it. I mean, I feel like that's what the crux of this argument kind of was, like not abandoning, like, you know,
I mean,
communism just out of the
like
idea of not lying to somebody. You know what I mean?
I mean, communism is a very broad category of ideologies too. There's lots of different schools of thought within communism, which is why I particularly describe myself as a Marxist-Leninist.
Right.
Boom. I don't know if that's any better in your opinion than communism.
Not necessarily, because like what Sylvie just said here, every time I mention communism to anyone, they're like, oh, those authoritarian regimes every time. Most Americans think of Marx and Lenin, especially Lenin. Lenin, they tend to like immediately go like, well, that guy was bad. Marx, they just don't understand, because like most of the time, like I'm not even kidding. Most of the time I brought up Karl Marx, they think of Joseph Stalin. Like they literally conflate that. They're just you mean the guy that was the Russia and World War II? It's like, no. And that's also where I do kind of just like have to take a step back and go like, this is also why I'm only willing to intellectualize like this up to a certain degree with certain people, where it's like, there's no speaking to somebody that does that. I'm sorry. Like, well, I'm not like
with that person, based on how you've described them, I like for that person, I would just appeal to their baser instincts. Like
that's what I'm talking about. That's where, but that's where like and I know it's not. It's so bad to say this, but you gotta be stupid. Any kind of, or like you gotta like bring it down to basic language or basis language. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we have to communicate it to people.
Yeah.
But
call it Star Trekism. There you go, Starfleetism or World Federation of Planets. We're trying to. I was looking at ordering a UFP flag for my house because I've just found, like, you ever have that situation where like you live somewhere for a while and you don't notice something until like forever, and then you're like, oh, I just did that where I'm like, I have a flagpole holder. Oh shit. Y'all, I'm getting dizzy tired, so I'm gonna go. Okay, take care, Ryan. Good to see you.
I don't think Star Trekism.
I see people from many income brackets, many job sectors, while wide variant, majority balk at the word. They do, and that's my point. Like, that's where it, like, it's so much easier if we just go, let's call it something different, sell them on the idea. Like, because I've no, as I said, this is anecdotal to me, but my mom
Democratic
is like,
Socialists of America and PSL are all like they don't use the word communism. They use the word
no, but they, again, even social, but socialism got conflated. Like, the thing that, this is where I think that you, like, may not notice it the way that I do, because like when I see this stuff, it's the way that the right wing uses it and just how people respond to it. When the right wing says socialist over and over and over and over,
communist no matter what.
no, because the thing is, then we, as trying to market our ideas, then just go, okay, fuck, no more socialism. We'll just call this something else. And then if somebody goes, that's socialism, it's like, nuh-uh. Like, honestly,
That's never worked. They've been calling the Democrats socialists for years.
My mom,
and they've
I'm not
always
trying to
had
call
that.
her a dumb 70-something, but unfortunately, and God rest her soul, she, at the end of her life, was very much like in the Fox News kind of brain, but also she was super susceptible to just being sold on like basic ideas, you know, like, I think that, I'm not sure if it's Facebook or what happened, but like they overthink this shit so much that now they're right back to the basics. And I think that we're kind of caught up in this, like, you know, angsty wave of like, we should be in charge, you know, like, this is ridiculous. Like, why can't you guys just like give up? Like, honestly. And then we can try the new brand of communism that I'm talking about.
Our goal should not be to hide our politics from people.
It's not about hiding the politics. It's
to educate people on it and popularize it. That's the point.
That's what MAGA did, though.
They popularize their idea. We need to popularize ours.
But you got to use their tactics. You got to see. You
no,
can't
we
just.
Don't. No.
This is where, again, I disagree, because of the way that they use just basic marketing techniques. And basic marketing techniques, all it is mental manipulation. All it is playing to the baser instincts of humanity. I learned that literally, marketing 101. That's also why, like, it is such a cynical fucking industry, but at the same time, effective one. And that's why I recognize exactly why Donald Trump is in the position that he's in for the second time, is because he's so good at marketing not only himself, but like the idea of like, your life is going to be so much better. Like, it's literally, I could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman wearing white gloves, even though she knows they're going to be totally red. She still bought the fucker.
I absolutely reject any use of right-wing tactics or strategy.
Unfortunate, but that's the
there's two.
I just read The Art of War. But you got to apply the Art of War to this, because if you don't, then what is politics if it's not just war without having battles, like physical battles? It's a battle of ideas.
Tactics and strategies are intended to have a particular effect. Because of the very mere fact that they want to have a very different effect than what we want to have, although the method might be to power might be the same through, and it might work for both, we can't necessarily borrow everything, right? So we might be able to borrow some things, we might not be able to borrow others, just because of, you know, our own principles. And I think fundamentally telling what we believe to be is the truth is very important to that. And
you can still tell. You can still tell. That's actually where I can say that he did that this time.
What I believe and what my ideology is a part of that.
No, I understand that, but I think what you're missing here is that MAGA did that.
To be,
like, MAGA never tried to pretend to be anything else but racist fucking xenophobes. Like, that's the thing.
Yeah, the Democrats, like conservative Democrats, would pretend to be progressives for years, right, leading up to this.
Yeah.
In order to get elected. Well, yeah, they lied about what they believed too. And guess what? Like, after about the first or second term, they got kicked out of office because
but they also they couldn't get past a Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, who, honestly, I'm surprised that more people aren't mad at Kirsten Sinema, because she got elected based on being a socialist candidate. Like,
Yeah, exactly. And then she gets in, she gets like 2 terms. She doesn't have any like long-lasting change.
well, she had no guiding principles to begin with, and once she saw some lobbyist money, I mean, I know
Exactly.
I'm not trying to be so
That's
reductive,
exactly
but
what
it's
I'm
exactly
saying.
what
She
happened.
didn't have any guiding principles, and that's why she could just switch around and say that she was whatever she wanted.
Right.
I do have guiding principles.
No, I
We do
understand
have
that.
guiding
I
principles. And
understand
so
that.
I'm just gonna tell the truth on it. And I'm sorry if
I
people
think you're
recoil at it.
conflating truth
Fine,
and
let them. I'm going to
No, but
educate
Anna,
and
I'm
popularize the
talking
idea.
specifically like not what he did, like the lies that they told to get him in office for the first time around. This time, this is what I was saying about him being truthful. Like he has been truthful all the way around. He told us exactly what the fuck he was going to do, and he's been doing it. It's about like the way he packaged it. You know what I mean? By the way, 420 guys. Oh shit.
I got a meeting soon.
Okay, yeah.
I've got to make dinner. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop off.
No, but we definitely, I want to talk about this a little bit more whenever you get a chance, because yeah, I think that we're onto something here, and I, you know what, I'm willing to capitulate on that one, where it's like, I'm not trying to do MAGA tactics, but that's where I'm saying I'm not trying to lie either. It's all about just repackaging something that they already like, you know. It's kind of like doing the airplane thing, like here comes the airplane, open up, room, ooh, that's good, you know what I mean? But no, I appreciate you. Thank you for talking to me about this, though.
Yeah, no worries. I'll see you later.
All right, later, Anna. Oh shit. My bad. Got too excited there. Yeah, shit. All right, I took too big of a hit. Give me a second. All right. Oh. Music. Oh. I hope you guys know that I wasn't trying to say, like, use MAGA tactics. That's not what I was saying. Because you can use some... Okay. You can use MAGA tactics without lying, is what I meant to say. Bro, hear me out. It's like communism, but not authoritarian. Times 3. No, not at all. Oh, don't say that. That was... She's not being dense. No, I understand where she's coming from, because... I get it. You don't want to use the tactic of your enemy, even though I don't necessarily... Like, this is the weird part. Politically, yes, they're enemies, but they're not my enemies. Like, these are my neighbors. These are my friends. These are my family members. And for the most part, they're not even MAGA. That's also why I'm kind of like, I have a little more faith in the fact that, like, because we don't have the Biden problem, because Trump does keep doing this shit, and he is very unpopular right now, that if we keep this momentum going and you don't let him rewrite this idea of like this great prosperous America by 2026, because I'll tell you what, like if everybody's making money and the stock market's booming, and like by 2026, like I don't care where you sit on the left or the Democrats, like we're all fucked. But excuse me. That break. Just because a tactic is used by the right wing doesn't make it a right wing tactic. Well, see, this is where I wish I could have made my broader point about the art of war. Like, that's the most recent book that I read was The Art of War, and I did it specifically because of this, where I was just like, wait a minute, I have to remember just how strategy works. Like, I apply this when I play Warhammer or any tabletop game, if I'm playing chess. You know, if it's a battle of wits, that's how I like to apply things. So I bring that to politics as well. So if I see a good strategy from my opponent, I'm not above implementing that strategy into my own, but I'm not going to just play their strategy. That's not going to happen. Also, playing dirty? No. Like, if their strategy is to cheat, you don't do that. Because this is a little bit of the where they go low, we go high. I hate it, but it is what it is. I stick by that one of our biggest problems on the left is conveying our ideas in a way that is simple enough for the average person to understand. It's always littered with lingo and theory. Yes, this is what I'm all about. Because I know Anna knows damn well that I'm not like I'm not a leftist MAGA. I'm not any of that. And honestly, I know to like almost my detriment, you know, I'm kind of a layman in this shit where it's just like, no, dude, like your average, from my perspective, your average American goes to work and they just want to chill. They don't want to fucking be bothered, you know? Like, even going back to our third space argument, this is why third spaces are dying, is because people are overworked and they don't have time to even like really process or enjoy those things. Like, hell, your home is becoming like a third space in itself. Literally that whole convo. Wait, what'd you say? Literally that whole convo was? Oh, are you responding to Sully? My bad. I thought you were responding to me for a second. Just got so high. Jeez. I don't know. Like, here's what I want to do. As far as this community, if we get, like, because if I'm going to go and join a broader group, I want to come with some ideas like this, where it's like, hey, you know what? This is what I can offer. Because, again, I know this is no secret. I have said this much. I didn't say anything about the... No. You didn't. Legend of Sean said this was... Or, the left is too steeped in theory. I don't think that was... Wait, were you saying that about this conversation? I thought you were just saying that as, like, a broader thing. Sylvie. I stick by one of our biggest problems on the left is conveying our ideas in a way that's simple enough for the average person to understand. It's always littered with lingo and theory. Okay, yeah. And that's, no, again, like... I hope you understand, Anna, like, we agree on pretty much, like, everything that you want out of politics. I agree with even... most of the tactics in order to like get it done. I just think that it is kind of like it's not even getting your your hands dirty or anything like that, because as I said, it's not using any like bad tactics. It's just using tactics, like they're using just normal political strategy. So not doing that is silly. I have to say, like, at what point are we going to like be able to win if we're not putting up a defense and then also, bringing in like-minded people based on like smaller ideas? I don't. I feel like we could sell the independents, like your average American, on a lot of this if we just could strategize with some simple messaging, a charismatic figure who says the word bullshit and isn't afraid to just say you're a liar. Honest to God, that's what it is. This is why I don't want to be in politics. If somebody ever said, I'm looking for a political strategist, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I'm not even kidding. I would be there in a heartbeat. Like if there's a leftist politician that needs that, I'm here for it. Because, yes, I like to think that I'm applying something that's kind of cynical because, again, I learned about marketing. Excuse me. Try not to go into another coughing fit. With the idea that I was going to somehow not change the world. But like, I studied mostly because I wanted to know like what my opposition was telling my customers and where I could improve on it, and that kind of shit. And then I kind of just decided, I was like, you know what? This is holy shit. Like, it's dark. Like, the marketing world is one of the darkest places I think you could ever expose yourself to, for real. You want to lose faith in humanity real fast and just see like people like who would be willing to sell out their whole family just for a couple extra dollars, and to get a pat on the back, because that's another thing in that field. We are so backfooted. Every pitch and idea sounds like putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, even the idea of putting the horse in front of the cart, and the last last couple hours has been this. Well, I mean, because I'm also not things that I would like to talk about. My stream is daughters. What? There we go. Audio's still good, by the way, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Ooh, high-speed rail came in at 54%. Here, I'm going to end this. Ooh, nice. 13 votes. All right, so high-speed rail is the priority. I can agree with that. Cool. But yeah, realistically, I'm just saying, what I was, to elaborate on what I was saying before about having a more charismatic, like, person. That's why I was kind of even saying, like, AOC, she knows how to, like, TikTok her way into, like, people's minds with her ideas. And like I was saying, too, about the communist thing, like, we just have to essentially, like, stop using that term for it and just be like, yeah. We be nicey nice. But I've elaborated too much on this, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you all chiming in. Also, again, apologies for being a little, argumentative today. Which is, it's so weird. Is this what happens when I come, like, back into my own here? Like, because I had mentioned that I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling more like myself and just have been able to kind of think about this a little bit more and get more involved. Interesting conversation, though. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. Just because a tactic is used by the right wing doesn't make it a right-wing tactic. Tactics don't have viewpoints, in my opinion. All right, I wish I would have read the back end of that comment, because, yeah. I need people to know when I say lingo, it's stuff like rule of the proletarian. Yes, okay, there you go. Rule of the proletarian is dissolving the bourgeoisie. Yeah, that's... you're not saying anything that I haven't already said. This pretty much goes back to the first conversation I think I ever had with Anna. Because I like pretty much just made that, I hammered that point. I'm like, guys, like for the layman, it's you just gotta dumb it down, and if you can't do that, then you gotta teach me how to fucking do this. And this is why, like, I love when Anna's just like, you're almost there. It's just like, I mean, you guys have definitely moved me more left. Like, I can say that with, you know, some confidence there. I'm also more confident in my position as far as like what I'm looking for this. And that's also where because I know that this is anecdotal, but I think that it is a good anecdote for how most other people are that are just apolitical, who don't really think like this. When I hang out with my friends that are like this is like, when I sell them on these ideas, this is how I do it. And like I said about my mom, the fact that I was able to convince, like I did this as an experiment where I was able to convince her that she believes that communism is good. Then all of a sudden I was just like, haha, oops. It's like, oops, all communism for you. And she was just like, what? Bro, Ukraine, dude, I support Ukraine all day. Like, fucking, what? Yes. I don't support the whole, you know what? That's our land. We don't like you. We go take your land. Even though it's not, it is not ours. No. Yeah, Slava Ukraine. I see about 1,000 different clients every year from every walk of life. You are correct on people's sentiments. Thank you. Yeah, and that's the thing. I used to work in the public, and like, everybody that I met, I was just like, oh, okay. But I've also met some like horrendous rich people. Like, I'll tell you that, man. When you see money and you like actually experience it, and you see their security details, and you just, it's a different fucking level of like gross, where you're just like, oh, I never, still skis me out. And that's also why I am the way, like, that's kind of what radicalized me, specifically, like, against, like, class, or, like, with the class issue, where I was just like, oh, no. Like, the fact that these assholes are like, they're fighting for tax breaks. Like, if everybody saw how these people live, the revolution would happen tomorrow. Like, there's a reason that you don't actually see how these people live. And yeah, the fact that they're fighting for more, like, dude, they can't conceptualize how much money they have, let alone us. Like, but we have to worry about, you know, the smallest, like, things, you know, possibly not eating if, you know, for me, like, literally, I have to worry about not uploading or having a stream, because if the algorithm, like, takes me for so long, then, yep, there goes my, you know, my new source of revenue that, hello, back to the grind. Which, man, thank you guys for all the support, by the way. Oh, hey, thank you for everybody that's hit that like button. If you haven't already subscribed, definitely hit that. But no, Legend Sean, I appreciate that. And also, yeah, I got like 5 more minutes we can show. Uh, 39, 28. Okay. I gotta go unlock my door. I'll be right back. If God comes into a bar, Cool. Cool heron room. Fuck the gaslighting oligarchy. Yeah. I think honestly the thing that moved me left the farthest was learning true history. Yeah, that helped. Like that actually helped me too. That's actually yeah, you know what? Let's see. Because there were two moments that really radicalized me. That was one of them. And then when I learned specifically about what happened during the Crusades and how I was lied to. Like that was wild. That radicalized me against like Christianity for sure. Because I was just like, oh, they were that comfortable straight up lying to me about history. What else was I lied to about? And then it was like, oh, well, okay, politics. Oh, look at that too. And then I started learning about, all the fun stuff like Ronald Reagan, Iran-Contra, fun shit. True history was what made me right. I'm from Russia, but support you. Nice. Well, hit that follow button. I feel like you're in the right place. We have fun here. I usually say that with a little bit more spunk, but it's a 100% bigger part of it too, is when you learn true history and how I was lied to. Yeah. No, that shit, that will make you go, oh, like it. You guys, you really tried to brainwash me with this. Okay. I see you. But yeah, man. Oh boy. I should probably... Kirk keeps saying he's right, but every time he says something, it sounds like a left policy. Nah. Ruski... As I said, well, you're okay, pug. Or, Erp. Erp. I don't know. I'm a self-loathing liberal. Well, it's kind of funny because I started that conversation by saying, like, this is why I don't like the label thing, but I do know what I am, like. Part of what attracted me to communism, not just the real history of the description of how that history moves. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Yeah. Gotta go. Yeah, unfortunately, I just realized what time it is. I also have to skedaddle. What a weird time to do that here. I'll wait at least 1 minute. So I can kind of end this on a even note. But I will say this. Liberalism makes me feel icky. I like beer, football, and punching walls. The punching walls part. What's your love language? Punching drywall. It's how I show my future wife exactly what she's going to be dealing with. Yeah. It's also hard not being on the left when everyone you meet that wants you dead seems to be on the right. Yeah, you know what? One of my friends kind of learned that. Before their transition, they lean that way a little bit. Like they lean, right a little bit. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, no. So, You could tell a man by his knuckles. Actually, I mean. Should actually, like, kind of surprised that I don't have more scars, but I'm lucky. I wasn't one of those, like, if I ever saw a dude still wearing his helmet, I'd literally back off. I'm not, no, we're not doing this. I look like a powdered donut. Oh. Ew. Man, get some lotion. What are you doing? You're like just turning 30, dude. You need to, yeah. Lotion. You need lotion. All right, guys. But I do have to go. I went a little late tonight, so it's from punching all the drum. Yeah! Yeah! You literally go home and you're just like, your girl's like, hey, honey, how's your day? You just, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah! It was great. I just got home from the blood sport. Yeah! Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. Yes. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm doing the thing. But, all right. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Oh, shit. Tomorrow I got D&D, so it's going to be a late show. 8 o'clock CST start. So, but yeah, I will be on, and we will have some fun, hoping maybe for a another chat like that, or very worst case, I do have something fun lined up. So, all right, guys, I appreciate y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Just realized I don't have my end screen. Man, one of these days I'm gonna get this clean. All right, night, guys.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.